Lunch. I'm sorry for that. I'll just take a bit of time. Today, the topic of my presentation is how can we transform for impact? I think this morning we had presentations by Dr. Vea, Dr. Chan, and Dr. Betty, and they're all aligned with the topic that I have today. So let me just start. So, preparing for Education 4.0. I know Dr. Vea started this morning by saying that IR 4.0, it's a very big topic. It's not something he will be talking very detailed about. I'm not going to stand here this afternoon and pretend to be an expert in IR 4.0. But why I'm here today is to educate the importance of change, the importance of what Industrial 4.0 is bringing to us. We all know that artificial intelligence, robotics, and the Internet of Things are going to change the industry and the jobs around us. So my job today here is to advocate that because Wiley, we are also in the education industry, we should take the opportunity of the advanced technology that brings to us to change, to meet the needs of the industry and also the needs of the students. So, I'm not saying that these are the only challenges higher education face today. One of it is, how can universities now focus a lot more on outcomes versus and less on outputs? And number two, how can you as a university, you as the dean, you as the professor, how can you ensure that the education you're providing to the students is giving employability? And of course, how can we help more students gain access to quality education? One thing we know for sure, university, compared to probably 30, 40, 50 years ago, no longer have a monopoly. As you can see on this slide, these are the various competition that's competing with the space we are in. And very much so, these new education providers here, they are broadly segmented into two categories. One is the MOOCs, and one is the immersives. And I'm sure you're very familiar with MOOCs, which is the open access online learning. And of course, some of these organizations here, for example, edX, they have created a series called the X series. And in the X series, there is MOOC curriculums that when you stack these courses together, they are an alternative to a 4-year degree, an alternative to a 4-year traditional university degree. That is competition. Number two, immersives. Immersives are characterized as short, engaging, in-demand learning that enable a student to acquire the skills that they need for a job today. I think earlier today we heard a lot about skill gaps, and I think that's a very real issue that institutions are dealing with. And of course, we talked a lot about measures and metrics. One of the biggest things that we're looking at is we need to stop looking at just the traditional success metrics. And what are they? I mean, what the universities have been really, really good at is measuring student enrollments, how many ratio of students to graduation. I mean, these are the very good measures. They are very important still. I'm not advocating they're not important. But to ensure that the institution is successful for the future, here are some practical measures that you can think about. Students today are very, very demanding. Before they sign up for a university degree that takes 4 years of their lives, they will want to know when they graduate, what kind of jobs can they get? What kind of salary will they be getting? These days, with available data from the government, from the private sector like LinkedIn, it's very easy to build algorithms that generate data that students demand to help them identify what they should do and where they should invest their money on. Hence, these are very real issues that we're all facing today, and we need to look at how we can manage that properly. Next, how do we ensure education ensures employability. So the biggest thing that we're looking at is globalization and technology has made changes to how the global economy works. In the World Economic Forum report of Future of Jobs, it says that by the year 2022, it's just 3 years later, that a lot of the jobs that we have today, over 42% of what we do today is not going to be relevant in 3 years. And that says for myself too. I'm in marketing. I can tell you 5 years ago what I do in marketing and now is very different. And now I'm looking at it on a year-by-year basis. The technology that's coming in, then the requirements and demands that I have is quite amazing. And this is very real. If you look at McKinsey's Education to Employment report, what is unfortunate is 70% of those graduates, of those educators that was interviewed, think that the graduates are prepared for the job market. But on the flip side, the employers and students that were interviewed, more than 50% thinks that they are not ready for the job market. I think this is along the lines of what Dr. Cecilia said earlier. Closer to home, in our region, in ASEAN, what are we looking at? So a recent survey by ASEAN, it says that over half the respondents, whether it is the tertiary, the vocational schools, or even the secondary schools, they do not think that they have what they need for enterprise, for the industry. And of course, if you look at some statistics here, by 2030, which is 10 years down the road, countries like Indonesia and Myanmar, we will be underskilled by at least 9 million skilled workers and another 13 million semi-skilled workers. So we definitely have to pick up the momentum of what we are doing and what we are teaching. So what does the employers think these days? So if you can see here, what are the top 3 drivers of talent shortages? Number 1, there's less of applicants. Number 2, lack of experience. And number 3, lack of required hard skills. And what are some of the hard skills today? The top 5 hard skills on demand now: cloud computing, artificial intelligence, people management, UX design, and analytical reasoning. And trust me, this is not something that I plucked from the air. This was research that's done by various organizations that has true survey and true data points supporting them. And of course, besides the hard skills, what else is really important in jobs today? We need to be able to acquire skills in problem solving. We need to acquire skills in system skills, social skills, etc. And this applies throughout all industries that we are in. And with that, Wiley as an organization, we want to make sure we're in the forefront of what's happening in industry. So Wiley collaborated with the US Department of Labor and the Business Higher Education Forum, and we created what we call Project DARE. What does DARE stand for? DARE stands for Data, Analytics, Raising Employability. Project DARE is one of the initiatives under APEC, which is the Asia Pacific Economies Corporation. It's an annual event that we started in 2017. And believe it or not, they set a very, very ambitious goal. If you can see here, they have an ambitious goal to have a roadmap to close the skill gap by 2025. It's a very short time, 2025, 6 years down the road. But that's the ambition that they have. In this committee, it's attended by the governments of the world. It's attended by the employees, whether it's LinkedIn, AWS. It's also attended by the education institution. Because we need all the 3 sectors to be on the same page of what it means to fill a digital skills gap. And this is an ongoing exercise. And every year, what's really fulfilling is they come back with a lot of new ideas. They come back with movements on how we can hope to close the skill gaps. And of course, one of the benefits of being in the marketplace, we are able to create products like what we call the Wiley Next. Wiley Next is an immersive blended learning program for skilling in demand and future technologies. At the same time, these courses are built to help enhance problem solving, collaborative, and analytical thinking. And I think Dr. Veya pointed the fact that how important it is to close the gap between employers and educators. So in developing this curriculum, what we did is we interviewed the industry, we collected and understood the impact of what technology changes is, and then the curriculum itself was developed to ensure there's an outcome that the students will gain so that they are job ready. Some of the topics that we have for Wiley Next are all the in-demand skills, like data science, analytics, product design thinking, 21st century business skills, full stack developer, anyone's into machine learning, etc., domain-based analytics, etc. We have quite a lot of the products we're continuing to develop. And of course, what's important is the students. What I've termed here in this slide is what I call Generation Z. So Generation Z are the students that are born from mid-1990s onwards. They are digital natives. Basically, their lives are run through technology. They automate everything through technology. For those of you that's a dad or a mom, go home and you see your kids. They're always on their phone or on a computer to set their life. So that's what the new world is. Hence, a smart campus that is digitally powered learning experience will help to increase efficiency and, importantly, engage the students, because that's what we need. The more engaged they are, the better the outcomes will be. And of course, these are reports by Dell of a survey with the Generation Z. And they were saying that some of the perspectives that they think about is we need to encourage more women studying the STEM courses. We need to make sure we are teaching the students about how to learn versus what to learn. And of course, what are some of the initiatives and partnerships at Wiley? So, in University of Atmajaya Yogyakarta, we set out as a partner, the objective is to increase access and improve engagement. So the first thing itself, we have helped to increase access by ensuring that from 1,300 students to 12,000 students have access to the materials that Wiley has. That's number one. Number two, if you can see the graph here, using Wiley Plus courses, we have improved the engagement from semester 1 to semester 2. Obviously, this does not happen overnight. Transforming is always a difficult task, but it's something that's possible if we work together as a partner. And of course, closer to home, Mapua University, the biggest engineering school in the Philippines. The Mathematics Center for Research and Development evaluated the instructional design of Wiley Plus with 40 students using Wiley Plus and also the traditional direct learning. And the results? It's proven that Wiley Plus is more effective to improve learning outcomes because it's more interactive and you have data points to tell you whether your students are doing well or not. And of course, for those of you that has been following Wiley, I think I said earlier, Wiley wants to be in the forefront of everything. We are always looking for acquisitions. In July 2019, we acquired an organization called XING. They are a leader in computer science and STEM careers. And what's really great about them is they promote active learning. So what you can see here, the graph is not very clear, but across 4 courses in 3 universities, which is University of Michigan, UWC, and Arizona, the students that took XING receive more A's and B's versus E and F's. That's because of the promotion of active learning. At the same time, I am running out of time, at the same time, using XING, which has active learning, has increased the confidence of students. All these are data points that we studied when they took our courses. So you can come by our booth, we can show you a lot more, because I'm down to 2 minutes before the next speaker. So as your trusted partner in teaching and learning, we are not a technology player, but we understand it's very important to use technology to help the university institution to gain the outcomes that we need to. So we have a very strong digital delivery team. So we don't just sell a product and leave you to survive with it. We make sure we work with you to integrate that into your campus. And we have flexible models where if you're willing to just take a baby step, to just try a courseware, it's something we will do too. And at the end of the day, this is my last slide. Our main objective is to understand we support a student throughout the career life journey. Whether you're studying business, finance, or accounting, or STEM, we want to start with your university education all the way throughout your career recognition and advancement. That's where our product development focuses on. And these are the three key takeaways. And if you have any more questions, please come by. I look forward to transforming for impact together. Thank you so much, everyone.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So, my name is Cheryl Villaroman, and I'm from Nefila Web Technology. We are an IT solutions company, and my topic is all about open distance learning in engineering education. Okay. I think, excuse me. Where do I point this? Excuse me, the slide is not, the clicker is not working. All right? Yeah. Okay. So, thank you. Where do I point? Yeah. Okay, so the objectives of my presentation, first is to discuss the Open Distance Learning Education, or ODL, and the Open Distance Learning Act, or RA 10650. Second is to discuss Moodle as an open source learning management system, which can be used on delivering ODL programs. And third, discuss how Moodle learning management system empowers educators to improve our world. So, what is open distance learning? In the Philippines, we have a law which is called the Republic Act 10650, or the Open Distance Learning Act. So this was actually mandated by the Senate and the House of Representatives in December 2014 under the Aquino administration. It is an act expanding access to education services by institutionalizing open distance learning in levels of tertiary education. So what is distance education? It refers to a mode of learning in which students and teachers are physically separated from each other. And open learning refers to a philosophy of learning that is based on flexibility of access for equity in education, an educational system accessible to every individual with minimum restrictions, and emphasizing the flexibility of system to eradicate problems caused by barriers like age, time, distance, and even economic situation. So open distance learning refers to the merging of the two concepts or methodologies, which is the open learning and distance education. It is a system which combines the methodology of distance education with the concepts of learning and open learning and flexible learning. So it is the University of the Philippines Open University, or UPOU, that was mandated by the government to assist and provide expertise to CHED and TESDA as regulators of HEIs, or higher educational institutions, and post-secondary schools who are involved in the ODL or ODL programs. Okay. So, on RA 10650, any donation or contribution, bequest, and grant in cash, materials, and services which may be made by individuals and organizations, including private entities, which shall provide appropriate materials, time, and delivery support services for the promotion of ODL in partnership with HEIs, delivering academic degree programs and post-secondary schools, delivering technical vocation programs through ODEL, shall be exempt from donor's tax, and the same shall be considered as allowable deduction from the gross income in the computation of income tax of the donor. So in support to deliver the ODEL programs and their MOOCs, the UPOU, and being recognized as the institutional forerunner of OER in the Philippines, UPOU is using a learning management system that aids them to deliver these ODEL programs. And this learning management system is what we call the Moodle, or the Modular Object-Oriented Dynamic Learning Environment. So are you familiar with Moodle, or has anyone here uses Moodle in your institution? Can you please raise your hand? All right, so there are few of the institutions who are using Moodle. All right, so the Moodle is the most widely used open source learning management system. It was actually developed and founded by Martin Duguillamas, who is a computer scientist and an education. He was able to develop Moodle because when he was young, by the way, he lives in Perth, Australia. It is one of the most isolated islands in the world. So when he was young, he used to submit his assignments to his teacher via small plane, and the teacher gives feedback by sending it also via plane. So that was his motivation on developing the Moodle platform. Then, Moodle is his project or dissertation at Curtin University, and he submitted the code of Moodle to the GNU public license. So what is the GNU or the GPL license? First, so the foundations of the GPL first is the freedom to use the software for any purpose. So since Moodle is an open source learning management system, you can download it and you can use it into any purpose. Like for example, if you are delivering or offering ODEL programs, CPD programs, or any distance learning program, then you can use Moodle. Second is the freedom to change the software to suit your needs. Moodle is an open source platform, meaning the source code is open. So if you have the capability to develop functionalities or to develop from code, then you can actually design or develop a functionality that will suit your institution. Third is the freedom to share the software with your friends and neighbors. Just last week, the BSA have released an issue about software piracy for CEOs and for the institutions, because some of the institutions are using pirated software. So with this open source software, you have the freedom to share this with your friends and your colleagues without violating any intellectual property rights or any piracy laws. Then, the freedom to share changes. If your institution is using Moodle and you were able to develop a particular functionality that will benefit your institution, so in your school, so probably it can also be used by other schools, then you have the freedom to share the changes. So how Martin describes open source project. Martin said, "We believe absolutely that truly open source projects such as Moodle supporting our education systems are the best way to distribute innovation globally and help educators create a better educated and more connected human population on this planet, while protecting fundamental rights as well as local language and culture." So the mission of Moodle is empowering educators to improve our world. Yan. So, looking at the statistics, there are over 173 million users, registered users of Moodle in 231 countries. So those are only registered users. So meaning those who put their site, Moodle site online, registered their site online, were only the ones who are registered. But if you, for example, your institutions have not registered Moodle, then they are not counted on that statistics. And it is being used by top 10 countries. First, actually the most developed countries like the United States, the United Kingdom, and in Southeast Asia, the most number of registered sites are from Indonesia, followed by Thailand, and in the Philippines, there are about 327 registered sites. Dito siguro. Okay. So who uses Moodle? Moodle is being used by the United Nations, Monash University, the Open University in United Kingdom, the University of Hong Kong is actually using Moodle, World Vision, World Health Organizations. And in the Philippines, it is being used by different sectors, like in the government, the Department of Health, which is also one of our projects, the Commission on Audit, the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, and for schools, most of the state universities and colleges are using Moodle. The University of the Philippine System, UPOU, PUP, and also the microelectronics companies like IMI or Integrated Microelectronics Company, Jollibee. TESDA is using Moodle for their top programs. And just last year, they have released a news that they have over 1 million users for their top program. So let me show you a video about Moodle.
Meet Maria. Maria is an educator at Orange Academy, teaching a variety of courses including media studies, economics and history. Because she uses Moodle, her learners can easily access these courses, check their progress and see what they need to do. Maria teaches her courses in English, but Moodle works in over 100 languages. She and her learners are able to quickly talk to each other in Moodle and stay in touch through the messaging and notification functionality. Maria gets her learners to share ideas in forums, engages them with media, and uses quizzes to check their understanding. They can submit assignments on the go from their smartphones, and Maria can comfortably grade them wherever she chooses. Moodle's tools help Maria inspire and support her learners. Moodle is used in every country in the world by educators just like Maria, in K-12 classrooms and higher education institutions. Moodle is also widely used for training, professional development and inductions in many organizations and businesses of various sizes. There are hundreds of millions of Moodle users globally, and this number keeps rising. What makes Moodle the world's open source learning platform is our commitment to open processes and development, build and support together with a huge and diverse global community of users. Our mission is to empower educators like Maria with powerful, flexible tools that will contribute to and are resulting in improvements to our world. Explore the various ways to get started with your own Moodle site at moodle.com.
Okay, so you can actually see this video when you go to or visit moodle.org. So those are those where the videos are located, no? And so what Moodle sets apart? There are many learning management systems in the market available today. But what differentiates Moodle? It's actually the core values of the platform or the Moodle. First, in education, education is the foundation of making the world a better place. Second is respect. We treat everyone with respect and sensitivity, recognizing the importance of their contributions. Third, integrity. We employ the highest ethical standards, demonstrating honesty and fairness in every actions that we take. Openness. Our goals, our tools, our processes, and our results shall be open as much as is practical. And fifth, innovation. We encourage a culture of experimentation and research where entrepreneurship and prudent risk-taking are encouraged, rewarded, and incorporated. So today, the world continues to experience and encounter problems such as poverty, hunger, inequality, yung quality education. In 2015, the World Economic Forum has emphasized the Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs, being the UNDP, or the United Nations Development Program, lead the way. Okay, I have only 5 minutes. So, and with this, we know that we as individuals, we cannot resolve these problems in just one night. So probably we have school administrators here, decision makers who can, of course, incorporate this to make or to resolve our problems. So for example, in business can be good at solving social problems. Like for example, Grab and Uber apps are resolving the traffic situations in the cities. Tesla is accelerating the world's transition to sustainable energy with electric cars, solar panels, and integrated renewable energy. Cisco is training 4 million people in IT skills, which help expand the opportunity to spread information technology in business. Of course, schools and institutions are helping. Engineering schools, many other schools who are offering different programs. Of course, you are a big part of, you have the big contribution of molding and shaping future engineers. And then, let me just play one more video for the last time before I end my topic. So, this is an example of how a particular university, online university, helps in contributing solve the problem of the world.
The following video is about a guy who is crazy enough to build a university that is designed to fit 100 million students. But why 100 million? First, let me tell you what the problem is. In the world, there are 100 million students that cannot go to any university, no matter how motivated, smart, or intelligent. 100 million students right now don't get to go to any classroom because they have no money, it's too expensive, or there is no space for them. This is the sad reality of our world, where money is holding people from getting quality education. Then I met this guy.
Hi, my name is Shai Reshev.
He tells me over the phone that he found a way
to give 100 million people an education.
When I heard that, my friend and I thought he was crazy. But turns out he's not. Here is the step-by-step process of how this guy is building what could be the world's cheapest and biggest university.
It's very simple.
The university buildings cost money. You don't buy them, you make it all online. The professors cost money, so you don't hire them, you make them
volunteers.
The tuition you don't charge, the textbooks you make them available for free online. You charge $100 per exam only.
And if you can't pay it, then it's free.
And the university, you name it,
University of the People.
this guy did all of the above. His university has no buildings, professors, textbooks, or tuition. It's all online, run by volunteers, and is fully accredited just like any American university.
And it's designed to be open for everyone.
And it worked! 7,000 professors and academics from Harvard and Columbia and everywhere reached out to volunteer for this university. Foundations reached out to donate money, and thousands of students reached out to attend from all around the world. Like this student.
Hi, my name is Daniel and I'm from Armenia.
From his home, with his dog, he can get a computer science degree from an American-level university that can lead him to a great job.
Without paying a single dollar.
You don't see this every day. He's not the only one. Syrian refugees, genocide survivors, homeless people, stay-at-home moms, and many others who couldn't pay a fortune for education from 200 countries joined his university. After educating 15,000 students, his goal is to build a system that works for 100 million more.
And nothing could make me happier.
This guy had a vision to make education free for everyone, and the rest of the world volunteered to help him make it a reality. They are making education a human right and not a privilege.
If you educate one person, you can change a life. But if you educate many, you can change the world.
Not many people think big, but those who do are the ones that truly, truly change the world for the better.
We are trying.
We're trying.
Okay, thank you for playing that video. Don't you know that the most populated university in the world is in Gandhi National University, Open University. They have about 4 million students in their institution. And they have, of course, physical infrastructure to accommodate their students. But this University of the People, they only have the online platform, which accommodates 100,000 students, 100 million students, sorry. So with this, this is an example of a shared value. A shared value is when social value and economics value work simultaneously. So since I have few time remaining, so by the way, so before I end my talk, I'm from Nefila Web Technology. We are a Moodle partner, the only Moodle partner in the Philippines, and we are in partnership. On technology side, we provide the platform, the infrastructure, and we also have partnership with E2 Consulting. They are on the pedagogy side. So if you have questions, we'll be around. So me and Mr. Abet Laurito will also be here to accommodate your questions later. Thank you very much.
Start with our forum discussion on the state of Philippine engineering education. And we have 4 distinguished discussants. But before that, papakilala muna ako. I'm Arno Delipaño. I'm from UP Los Baños. And my
I'm
partner,
Babylin De Leon from UP Diliman. And so we would like to call upstage our discussants. We would like to start with Engineer Monsada, who is the president of the Philippine Technological Council and who is in charge. Upon his shoulders, nakasalalay po ang ating membership sa Washington Accord. Yes.
ang susunod po na gusto namin tawagin on stage ay si Ma'am Nanda J. Kalimlim, Senior Education Program Specialist, also focal person for engineering and technology programs of the Commission on Higher Education. Welcome po, Ma'am Nanda.
Our next discussant is Dean once a dean, always a dean. Ano po? Dean Alberto Laurito, andito na po ba siya? Mukhang lumabas.
Mabas.
Okay. O sige, mauna na muna si...
And ang papakilala ko po ulit ay si Dr. Diosdado M. San Antonio, Undersecretary for Curriculum and Instruction of the Department of Education. Sir, salamat.
Magandang hapon.
Okay. Okay, ito pong program natin will run from 1:30 hanggang 3 o'clock. We will start with by giving our discussants some time to provide us information on their initiatives, particularly yung ginagawa nila sa kanilang mga organizations. And then after that, we will have questions and answers, no? I think yung po ang objective talaga ng forum na ito, to be able to exchange yung mga information tsaka yung mga questions nyo.
Oh, yeah.
Pakilala ulit natin si...
Pakilala na natin yung fourth discussant natin, of course, si Dean Alberto Laurito, who we know very well, is a member of the technical panel for engineering and technology sa CHED, and the chairman of the technical committee for chemical engineering. All right?
Okay, okay partner.
Oh, partner
Dapat
tayo.
si Boy and Chris daw to, pero...
Oh, Boy and Chris.
Anyway,
All right. So we can probably start when we sent the invitation to our discussants. We asked them to prepare, let's say, 5-minute talks to just update us on the initiatives of their respective institutions with regard to engineering education. So probably we can start with Engineer Monsada. Can you give us updates on the Philippine application for full membership to the Washington Accord? I'm sure everybody here is waiting for some updates.
Hello po, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Good afternoon po. For information of everybody, Philippine Technological Council is a private, non-profit, non-stock organization. It is composed of 13 professional engineering organizations. Dalawa lang po yung major na trabaho ng PTC. The first one is registration of engineers under international registers. So when we talk about international registers, we have APEC Engineer Registry, we have the ASEAN Engineering Register, as well as the ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineering Register. The ASEAN Engineer Register is part of the ASEAN Economic Community thing, while the APEC Engineer Register is part of the APEC countries. The second work of PTC is actually accreditation of engineering programs according to the terms and conditions of Washington Accord, as well as of the FIAP guidelines. These two benchmarks, Washington Accord is composed of 27 countries. PTC is one of 9 provisional members. We became provisional in 2013, and we are still working on our full signatory status. And we are hoping that we will eventually be considered for full signatory status next year. We are finalizing things that are needed to fully comply with the requirements after having convinced them that somehow our K-12 is already in place. Because that's actually one of the major consideration why we could be a full signatory to the Washington Accord. Just to give you what Washington Accord is, this is a body originally of 6 organizations representing 6 countries that agreed to recognize the substantial equivalency of the accreditation system as well as the educational system in those 6 jurisdictions. Today, there are 19 full signatories and 9 provisional members of Washington Accord representing 26 jurisdictions, or I would say economies. No? And this requires that our accreditation system must be substantially equivalent to the Washington Accord, which actually emphasizes, I think Dr. Vea, the presenters this morning highlighted the attributes of graduates which we are being espoused by the Washington Accord. And these are, of course, the knowledge, the basic fundamental knowledge of engineering and the many soft skills, no, that are being espoused as necessary for the 21st century. No? So, I think the good news here is that on the register, we have started to get Filipino engineers qualifications recognized mostly in the Middle East, in ASEAN, as well as in the US. Just last week, we got several Filipino engineers whose qualifications have been recognized by the US as being professional engineers. This is one of the major achievements that we have done so far. But of course, very limited pa ngayon dahil sa state of Nevada, Kentucky, Kansas, and what's the other one? I forgot the other state. But basically, in these states, the qualifications of APEC engineer, Filipino APEC engineers have been recognized. Okay. Today, there are 19 institutions that have submitted their engineering programs for accreditation under the Washington Accord. 17 of them have completed the process and they have been given accreditation. Their programs have been given accreditation on at different levels. No? When I say level, time duration of accreditation. Okay. Thank you.
Salamat po, Engineer Monsada. Next, we'd like to request naman si Ma'am Nanda Kalimlim to discuss or elaborate the vision of CHED regarding the engineering education, particularly policies and existing programs, ma'am.
Yes, okay, good afternoon. I'm Nanda Kalimlim from the Commission on Higher Education, and I'm handling engineering and technology programs in terms of development of policies and curriculums. At CHED, we have to support the attainment of the membership to Washington Accord. We instituted that there should be an outcomes-based education implemented in all engineering HEIs. If you notice, in 2008, we already included in our PSGs, or the policies, standards, and guidelines, program outcomes that was adopted from the Washington Accord. And in 2012, we have issued CMO 37, series of 2012. This is the implementation of an outcomes-based systems in all HEIs, or higher education institutions, offering engineering programs. And at this moment, we are now, in 2017 also, we have already included the monitoring of the implementation of outcomes-based education for engineering, because we would like to see that all engineering HEIs should have fully implemented OBE systems in their institutions. We have targeted this to be in 2017, but as we notice, it's slowly picking up. So we are still helping more institutions on the implementation of this, and we're giving all our support to the institutions that offers engineering programs. And we also have aligned our PSCs and the curriculums with the Philippine Qualification Framework, as Dr. Preya mentioned a while ago. And right now, we have activities that is gearing towards attainment of these projects and programs that we are implementing at CHED.
Thank you for that, Ma'am Nanda. We would like to hear next from Dean Laurito. Sir, what is the vision for Philippine engineering education in the next 15 years, considering what's the developments happening globally?
Before I answer that question, para naman akong tarot reader, which is of course my hobby right now, being retired, by the way. Just to update you what the technical panel is doing after we release yung mga CMOs for the 2017, we released all the CMOs for the different programs. We are now trying to come up, and we're now even training more ARQUAT team members to use a unified evaluation form. What you will see probably coming out by January would be an HEI updated form, because we are now changing how we will evaluate engineering programs by using a one form fit all system. Whether you are under permit, you're about to be given COPC or government recognition, or you think you're qualified to become a COD or COE, you will use all one form for that. And this is because we have adopted the form for COD, COE before into one such form. The criteria will remain the same. What are the criteria for evaluation? You have instructional quality, research and publications, extension and linkages, and then institutional aspect. But what we have changed would be the distribution. In the meetings of the different panels, we were given now the leeway to distribute the points, but we do not add or reduce this criteria. So for instructional quality, since we are really pushing for OBE, it is now worth 50 points. Research will now be 25 points, down from 30, because we felt that really to push those who are still starting their research, I mean, some are not able to get COD status because of research. So from 30, research is now 25, and then we maintain the same 20 and I think 5 for extension and also institutional aspects. So that's the key change. And we are asking for actually more volunteers to train on how to use this system. Actually, we have conducted already the training for regions 1, 2, and 3 and CAR. By next week, we're going to train our quads from Visayas and Mindanao. And November 6 and 7 will be the turn of NCR and Southern Luzon. Now, regarding 15 years from now, I fear that if we're not listening closely to the presentations earlier, we really should be serious about our theme, re-engineering education. What are we teaching our students for? I think the abilities have to meet the requirements of Industry 4.0. So we have to have a counterpart education 4.0, heavily focused on not only cognitive but also psychomotor and also affective skills for these students. And I was talking earlier with Dr. Bea, perhaps we should also have one agreed common evidence from each school regarding the quality of their graduates. And I was thinking really of using a portfolio system, because a portfolio system will not only cover what they learn in the school, but also any other experiences they had, focusing on focusing on our program outcomes. So that's what we are thinking on, and maybe we can perhaps modify the requirements later on of CHED.
Thank you, Dean Laurito. In our invitation to USEC San Antonio, we requested DepEd to share their initiatives, programs, or policies aimed to further improve the readiness of STEM graduates of the senior high school program, especially those who will enroll in engineering. And I understand he has some presentation prior to or you'd like to say something muna.
Thank you very much, Dean Arnold. Good afternoon, everyone. Alam niyo naman po, lahat ng kasalanan ng Pilipinas, kasalanan ng mga teachers, at kami sa basic education, kami talaga yung talagang palaging sinisisi. And I'm sure kahit kayo po in your lives, you also cursed teachers in basic education for the kind of learners in your midst. But the Department of Education, which I've been serving for the last 34 years, since day one of my life as an industrial arts teacher in 1985, I believe that we have also done our part. And the Department of Education, being a very dynamic government education, the biggest bureaucracy in the government, under the leadership of Secretary Leonor Magtolis Briones, who herself is a highly reputed educator at the higher education level in public finance and public administration. We've been trying very hard to make sure that the things we do will somehow improve the kind of learners we will produce for you, for the industry, and for our society. And I feel that I think this is even a perfect time for me to find out from you if after the implementation of the K-12 program, there is a little improvement in the quality of learners you have now in your classrooms. Anecdotes from friends indicate that those that actually took the track that is congruent to their subjects now, meaning in case of engineering schools, those who graduated from STEM tend to be better prepared. Sabi nila, if the track is congruent, if they did not take the same track, medyo daw mahirap. But anyway, bibilisan ko po ito. DepEd, our graduates are supposed to go to universities, are supposed to have options to do middle-level skills development, can be entrepreneurs, and can be employed themselves. Next slide po. And our framework for our science and math curricula indicate that we are trying hard to make sure that the learners are equipped with critical and problem-solving skills, with scientific inquiry skills, applying knowledge of science, and demonstrating scientific attitudes. So we try very hard to make sure that the basics of mathematics and science are developed among the learners we have. Next slide, please. And the enrollment indicates that less than 20% of the cohort of those who opted to enroll in universities actually chose science, technology, engineering, and maths courses. And these are the kids in our senior high school cohort. We have less than 20% of those doing the academic track. Next slide po. And with me, I've been named as USEC for Curriculum and Instruction less than 5 months ago. Although, as I've said, I've been with DepEd for a long, long time. I was regional director for more than 6 years. When I was given this challenge this one is not sought. The secretary actually identifies who should sit in that in the EXICOM as in charge of curriculum and instruction. I was overwhelmed, and I really had to think deeply. What should we do so that we can make the learners really learn? Because we acknowledge even our NAT results indicate that a significant number, more than 2/3 of the learners, according to our NAT scores, are not proficient. And so this is really a problem that something is wrong with the quality of education. Although, as I've said, most of those that do engineering courses, in my own observation, are the better ones. The more, I mean, those that attended science high schools that are actually better than the rest of the learners. But we have this problem about quality, and the initiative that we have decided, if we are strategic, we have to focus our energy first and foremost on making all children learn how to read. I feel, although sabi ng mga kaibigan ko, you should also pay attention to numeracy. Sabi ko, yes, that's also important. But before we can even teach them anything else, we have to make sure that every learner, bawat basa, bumabasa according to his grade. Kung grade 1 ka, you should be able to demonstrate reading fluency at the first grade level. Kung grade 12 ka, you should be fluent in reading at the level of the 12th grade. Next slide po. So yes, mga information lang po to. What we did, there was a massive investment on equipment, additional teachers, etc. Yung mga susunod pa. Classrooms were constructed, items were also created, and next slide po. We are also providing textbook. In-issue yan, maraming errors. And I hope you will help us with the new scheme we are introducing. Starting next year, we will tap the experts in helping us review our proposed learning resources. We will give you not really very generous honoraria for helping us. But we feel that the old way by which DepEd has been reviewing learning resources has not been effective, considering that there are still questions and issues against it. So we said, why don't we tap the high-level experts? We don't need to call you to workshops. We'll send our manuscripts to you. We give you deadlines, send them back to us. You promise you will not squeal about the titles that you have reviewed. You will not disclose your, the information. And then we provide you the usual honoraria we provide to our reviewers. Perhaps higher because we will save on the cost of housing you in a resort or in a hotel where we feed and we provide you accommodation as well. We also provide computers as a way to really modernize the basic education in the Philippines. Next slide. Yes, science and math equipment. Actually, the office in charge is based in Cebu. And next slide. We feel that there's a need to have very strong guidance program services. And you know the hindrance, we cannot hire. Even if we have items, because the salaries offered for guidance counselors do not match the kind of educational level that the guidance counselor possesses. So we've not been very effective. We feel that if there's a strong, effective guidance program, it would be, we would not have learners changing minds in the when they are in universities or even in the senior high school programs. And then we allow participation in STEM Expo and Summit. We connect practitioners inside the classroom, and we make sure that the kids who decide to become engineers are also properly guided. Next slide. And so we have partners that work with us. The other issue, I don't know if Malayan colleges is represented here. When I was regional director, they were saying there's a need to modify the STEM track in the K-12 curriculum. I assure you, friends, that we are in the midst of reviewing the curriculum. There are issues like the STEM track as it is now is general, taken by both learners who want to do engineering and medicine courses. But we know that the engineers would need more maths, and those that wish to be health science professionals would need more health, biological sciences and everything. So that one is an input that perhaps in the future, even the STEM track will have sub-specializations on those planning to be engineers, in those planning to be medical doctors, health professionals, and others. We're considering that seriously. Thank you very much po, and mabuhay.
Salamat, Yusek San Antonio. So there you have it, no? May mga overviews na na-present ang ating mga discussants. Now we go on to our questions and answers. But before that, let me just remind yung mga participants natin para for the sake of our documentation also, no? First, I'd like you to introduce yourself and institution. There are a number of microphones sa floor. Meron pa po dito. We want you to be direct in your questions. Wala pong paligoy-ligoy. And number 3, allow only one follow-up questions. Pero pag wala pong nagtanong, you can always come back. So yun po, very simple lang. So, sino po ang unang gusto magtanong? Pag hindi po kayo nagtanong, si Ma'am Babylin kasi magtatanong tsaka ako. But I'm sure, given the overview, may mga, I call this burning questions na gusto nyong itanong. And I think this is the right opportunity. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Dr. Evangelista from Cebu Institute of Technology. I'm just wondering if this is the right forum for which I would ask something about ALS, Alternative Learning System. Can somebody answer this? Because we have a problem in ALS, no? Because before, ALS without the senior high, ALS graduate are qualified to go into the undergraduate programs, no? But now, the latest, when there was already ALS graduate are given, we say, promoted to senior high or college, because Ched also said that it depends on the school, the higher education institution, if they will accept ALS graduate. I understand that the ALS graduate are the test, the evaluation, the accreditation of ALS are the old, which is to accelerate them to from junior high to college. But since there is already senior high, is it that the accreditation of this ALS graduate now who passed, have they changed the evaluation accreditation to fit into the graduate of senior high so that they can qualify to college?
Ma'am, actually the senior high component of the ALS is now being developed. The curriculum is in place, the resources, the materials that we need so that we can offer senior high school via ALS. Most likely, for now, I feel that the ALS, results of the ALS exams is just for senior high school.
But
Grade 11 and 12. If it's perhaps it is just respecting the universities on their autonomy on whether to take in graduates.
Because on their rating sheet, it will say promoted to senior high, or if there is according to
we'll review the policy, ma'am. Thank you very much for that observation. I'll discuss this with my team.
Yes, because the parents will really quarrel with us if we don't accept them and we said, you are qualified to senior high if you want to enroll in our school. So the parents will give us the CHED memorandum that it's for the school to accept them to college or bridging program. So that's the problem because the parents are quarreling with us.
Yeah, thank you po, ma'am. Dadagdagan ko po yung rules natin, no? I'd like you to indicate who you're directing your questions to. No? Next question po. Okay, meron pa po, sorry, may dadagdag po si ma'am.
Actually, we have not talked about that at CHED. Maybe CHED and DepEd should talk about on how to go about it. Okay.
Are there any other questions?
Yes, sir. Dr. Vea.
Good afternoon. Our information is that ABET has added research as one of among the graduate attributes. And we don't know whether it's Washington Accord yet or not requirement. So in our next cycle, we're preparing for that. So there might be two conflicting directions here, where we reduce the number of points for research. But if PTC, after looking at this, decides to also emphasize research, then what should we do? And for CHED, I hope that even if you reduce the number of points for research, you will not be shy in supporting research, because it may be that accreditation might require that. So this is for anybody except USEC.
At the moment, PTC's accreditation criteria does not include research, because among the members of the Washington Accord, only one member incorporate research as a criteria, as a criterion rather. I don't know whether after the review, there's an ongoing review today between International Engineering Alliance and the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, which is composed of 87 countries, whether research will eventually be incorporated. Although, personally, I don't see that it will be incorporated as part of the basic criteria for Washington Accord.
Perhaps the panel should consider, kasi if we're talking of BS programs, I was just emphasizing when we identify COD, COE, we're implemented based on BS programs. And definitely those who will really get higher points for research will be those on the university typology. So there's a discussion on whether typology can also be connected to the distribution of points. Because CHED is really mandating, di ba, threefold function, di ba, yung instruction, research, and extension or community service. So that's given for us educators. Now I think PTC is focused naman on employability and being globally comparable. That's why really they're meant to target yung BS graduates. And not all BS graduates kasi would like to do, really go up and, be full-time researchers. So I think this is really, again, an opportune time to think about how do we infuse yung typology ng institution doon sa requirements din ng ating evaluation or assessment system.
Okay, some more questions? Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I'm Feli Altalagiri, University of San Agustin. So I think Ma'am Nanda may answer this question. This is about the Supreme Court ruling on the two courses, two Filipino courses. I think there is a confusion among schools what to replace. What courses will replace the two Filipino courses? Because in some schools, they replaced this with electives, the technical electives. In some schools, what is this? There is an advice to select from the Gen Ed elective courses. And in the Gen Ed elective courses, I think most of them are not really that technical. And one of our chair, what is this, suggested that we offer technical writing because we found out that this is not found anymore in the new curriculum. So what is your advice? Thank you.
When we developed the curriculum for the engineering, the, the slot for the Filipino is placed under the general electives. And I think it should be best if we change Filipino to an elective from the GEC.
Uh, in the case kasi of our Chemical Engineering Technical Committee, we are saying that yung technopreneurship will be parang one of the replacements for these two Filipino. But really, take note, the different theses are monitoring really more your professional programs, and we'll let perhaps the technical panel on Gen Ed to answer such we cannot really answer for them because in the first place, as you know, sila po yung sa kanila, they were the ones who really had the requirement for this Gen Ed. Pwede ba magtanong? I'm now wearing the hat kasi of former PATE president. By the way, for the young ones, you didn't know, I was a PATE president before, and I would like to just confirm my suspicion na because of the 50 units Gen Ed courses that are now mandated in our 4-year curriculum, that's practically a year already lost in our preparation for our supposed to be outcomes-based graduates. Can we have statistics among our PAES members on the impact of, number one, yung STEM preparation vis-a-vis mortality in I think we have already implemented Calculus 1 twice already. Am I correct? So can we have some concrete numbers to show CHED on the impact of being easy on non-STEM graduates taking straight engineering because they're even saying you can have no remediation. So I'd like to get the statistics on mortality of our first year, how this change in this how these Gen Ed courses have impacted on them, because all of them are 3-unit courses. If the panel for Gen Ed, they're really important for total development, we will not debate that. But the mere fact is they're taking time. 3 units, 3 hours a week for our students. I wonder how it went. Can I ask PAES, ask Danny, to give us facts, and then from this information, we can perhaps write formally CHED about, because we should be a force in trying to, because we are CQI, di ba? OBITA. So we should inform them already about what's happening so that the next batch of freshmen will not be affected.
Hi, sir. Good afternoon. I am Danny Molina from Central Philippine University and currently the president of the Philippine Association of Engineering Schools. In most of our meetings, most of our board meetings, one of the things that we usually discuss is how freshman students perform inside the classroom. Freshman engineering, and it's a common problem nationwide that our freshman students are not prepared to take calculus subject. They have a very weak background on pre-calculus. Take the case, for example, in our university. We do not teach calculus immediately, but rather we go back to teach our students the pre-calculus subjects, from algebra, trigonometry, analytic geometry, solid, things like that. And it takes us a longer time. Although these students that we admit into engineering in our university are all STEM graduates. Yeah, they're all STEM graduates. And those who are non-STEM and still would like to pursue engineering, we have a bridging program for them. But even those who are already graduates of STEM have a very poor background in pre-calculus. So in short, the mortality rate is very high. Like this semester, we are having problem because almost like 60% of our graduates are failing in calculus. Yes, that's true. Calculus, physics, like that. So the thing that we would like to convey to DepEd is that now with all these statistics being given, we hope that there will be, like what you mentioned, sir, the continuous quality improvement. Now, what are they doing after hearing all these things? We hope that the third cohort of the STEM graduates will be much, much better than the first two cohorts of the STEM graduates. They will be more ready to take engineering, that we will not take like 2 months or even half of the semester spending time reviewing for pre-calculus subjects.
You did not. Well, what about my concern whether these failures are also caused maybe partly by them also taking, other, Gen Ed courses. Hindi walang impact yung Gen Ed courses sa mortality. It's really the background in pre-calculus.
I think the Gen Ed subject is not much a problem. It's more on their preparation to take the calculus subjects. The pre-calculus, they have a very weak foundation.
Thank you very much for raising that point. But as I have mentioned earlier, we are in the process of actually, I'm very serious about considering a separate specialization for those intending to be engineers, in those intending to be medical doctors or health professionals, because as it is now, our senior high school STEM track applies to both kind of learners. So I feel that there should be a stronger math focus on those intending to be engineers, in stronger biological and physical sciences for those intending to be medical doctors or health professionals.
Kasi I was thinking kung hindi muna kaya nung DepEd to really do the bridging, or parang if you're doing bridging to help these freshmen, sana man lang i-reduce din yung units nila of this Gen Ed, which as you can see, I think all of this can be delivered, yung kaya nga meron Moodle dito, this can also be delivered, by some other means.
Okay. Yeah, please, Mr. President.
Okay, sir, related to readiness of high school graduates for college courses, I think one thing that we also wish for students to be developed is their attitude, their maturity, because it seems that when they entered college, first year college, their attitude is still like high school, where actually in the old curriculum, they should be third year engineering students already. So that's, I think, one of the common problems that we are still encountering is their maturity should be developed, that when they enter college, they have already that mentality na, oh, we're already college, this is already serious business. Yeah.
And I don't know whether this is something that we must accept. This is Gen Z. We are trying to really motivate. They have different kasi we always connect our quality of students, but they have also other traits that will make them succeed. So I don't know, there are millennial faculty here who should better understand them. How do we handle such Gen Z? This is a problem that should be addressed by understanding the learner.
Ako naman po, that's actually an input that I need. Pero I suggest perhaps, I don't know if it's going to be us who should do the research, but in my previous life as a regional director, I was so engaged with universities in the area. So immediately after we had the first cohort of graduates entering universities, I actually made whenever I had the chance, I would ask professors, presidents of universities about the kind of learners they have now. And they would say that those that actually did the track congruent to the courses they have now seem to be better prepared compared with the 10-year basic education cycle of the past. And the other thing that I learned from them was they said they seem to behave in more matured ways. I'm referring to Calabarzon. So if your university is in Region 4A, those are my encounters when I was regional director. But that information is something that we will have to look into. But as I've said, the curriculum is actually so designed to address all the skills, yung thinking skills, communication skills, and even the soft skills that are expected of a 21st century citizen now. We have that kind of curriculum. We're also looking into what makes us effective in shaping or nurturing this kind of skills among the learners. Be assured that we are also serious about implementing research-based and evidence-based interventions. So we're actually currently looking into how we could best develop learners who are possessed with 21st century skills, the soft skills particularly, which defines whether they would be successful or not in their lives, even after being able to finish university degrees or sabi ng literature, yun daw ang nagde-define ng edge nila eventually in the future, especially with Gen Z. Of course, nakakatuwa po yung mga Gen Z. I have 3 sons who are Gen Z. Palagi kaming nag-aaway. We don't agree on how to study very well. Kasi nakikita ko, nag-aaral daw, naka-tune yung isang channel ng screen sa computer, kung ano-ano pa. Sabi ko, how can you? Siyempre yung aral natin, yung mga ka-generation ko, nakatago sa kwarto at nag-iisa lang. They do a lot of things simultaneously. Tapos pag deadline na, sasabihin, I need to finish this at 11:59. Sabi ko, anong oras na? 7 o'clock. Yesterday, you were so relaxed. Sabi ko, sarili kong anak po ito, 5th year now at the College of Architecture. Hindi ko na sabihin kung saan, but ganyan siya, sir. So may issue rin talaga sa
You have to understand, I don't know, I'm a baby boomer. Can you imagine that, baby boomer? But I consider myself parang millennial I have to be a millennial if I'm a senior in education. I have to understand the millennials. And now, siguro, senior kasi the generation Z na. So, my point is, first, meron po kayong, I saw you have a STEM summit. Meron kayong, pwede bang sumali yung PAES doon para yung mga inputs from here can perhaps be shared in that summit. But really, take me 43 years in engineering education, masyadong they want to finish engineering. They want to say I learned smart. But the problem really of our recent batch of graduates, they are shallow in retention. They are not really able, because they are after, how do I pass, rather than the importance of their learning to their, to their profession, because in the first place, they are not even sure whether they will be remaining in that profession. That's one characteristic of millennials. Yung mga teachers dito na millennials, I'm sure you are really not committed as us to stay with education. Am I correct? Yung pa yung mga attitude na ngayon, hindi naman ako magtatagal. I want to try other things. May bucket list lahat yung mga yan. So, I mean, these are the things that we have to incorporate with when we try to design our curricula.
Share ko lang po yun sa UPLB. Sa UPLB po, relatively mataas daw yung passing namin sa mathematics. Kaya lang, yung problema po ng mga estudyante namin is yung physics tsaka yung chemistry. So, hindi lang po yung math ang dapat tinitingnan natin. So, dapat po yung iba din, dapat balance yan. So, for your information. Ipa-plug in ko na din, mamayang parallel session, meron po tayong isang paper on effect of K-12 curriculum on the first year performance no mathematics nila sa UST. So, yun po. Partner.
My partner. Meron pa po ang questions. Yes, Dr. Vea. Napaka-exciting po ng ating discussion ngayon. At ang... Yes, sir.
As you may know, the enrollment in many private schools dropped in 2018, except for a few schools. The tuition are generally low, no? Then we look at the CHED data. If you were to believe CHED data, the SUCs fared no better. Their total enrollment also dropped. The only sector that increased enrollment were the LUCs. But then they have so few students that even if the percentage is significant, in absolute terms, konti lang. And it will not explain the drop in both the SUCs and the private schools. Now, our school, Mapua and the Malayan schools, well, we suffered a drop. But we have except for in Davao, no? We have a conjecture. I wonder whether the USEC can confirm this or not. We have a conjecture that because STEM is difficult to implement due to the cost of laboratory equipment and due to the qualifications of faculty members to teach STEM, grade 11 and 12, at least during that time, could it have been possible that we were not able to offer the number of STEM strands in all the senior high schools as we should have? Ibig sabihin, many schools just refrained from offering STEM. And our conjecture is, on top of the other factors which we still have to understand, a STEM-focused university like ours could have suffered from the lower walang benchmark eh. But we feel that there could have been many more schools offering the STEM as STEM strand. So is this something that that DepEd data would bear out, or have you discussed this? Or, yeah, thank you.
I don't have the data now, sir, but I can provide the data through the Malayan officials in Calamba. I have contacts with them. Please remind them to actually send me an information. So, are they here? Those doing the senior high school program, I can provide the data that is needed. But I am also enlightened by that information because we thought that the senior high school program has actually been helpful in encouraging more youngsters to pursue higher level education. Of course, our own statistics demonstrate the fact that the enrollment on top of post-grade 10 has significantly increased compared with the previous university enrollment in the past. And we feel that this is something that's advantageous to our society, that our Filipino youngsters now are at least having 12-year education instead of the previous data that they only reached grade 10 and a few go to universities. That's as far as the Department of Education is concerned. That's the data I have. That the Filipinos who are earning 12-year education, formal education, have been increased because of the senior high school program. But as to the impact on the enrollment in universities, can we also perhaps explore whether this is a worldwide trend, that the STEM courses, even if we actually offer scholarships? I know DOST has regular scholarships. Perhaps we'll also have to check if the DOST is able to fill up all the slots, because this could be an indicator as well that there is something with the way we are able to attract learners into the sciences and engineering courses, which we know would be very important if we want to become economically prosperous. I believe that we have to, yes, have a lot of Filipinos who are scientists and engineers.
Or tama kayo yung data ng Ernst & Young, we were discussing it earlier, na to some companies, businesses, it's not the diploma that will count in the future, it's the skills that they need for their positions. Kaya nga, we should be very, us as PAES, we are schools and we have to stay relevant on what our stakeholders need. Yun nga, baka, sabi nga, I don't know. But I think you're right, Ray. It's more of kulang yung number ng inputs natin.
So talking about the population, incoming population ng mga freshmen to the engineering schools, I also wonder if the free tuition law for HEIs has something to do also, or has an effect on the enrollment.
In some areas po siguro, this free tuition fee is really one of the problems of the private HEIs, because as we go around in the institutions, they are complaining to us that they cannot have much enrollees because their neighbor institutions, the SUKs and the LUKs, are offering free tuition education. But I'm wondering too, kasi at CHED, we will not give that free tuition fee to SUKs and LUKs who do not have the compliance or the certificate of program compliance. And most of the institutions that we visited still do not have that COPC. So hindi naman po siguro ganong kalakas yung impact nito.
Are there any other questions from the, yes sir?
Engineer Mandirico of Central Philippine University. Engineering was reduced from 5 years to 4 years. And based on my observation, the number of units required for engineering courses was significantly reduced. My question is, will this not affect the quality of our graduates, our future engineers? This question is directed to Engineer Laurel.
Again, personal opinion, not the opinion of Tipet. Kasi for all this time, we connect kasi units with really, faculty salary. I think we should look at really learning units and how to really focus on our important courses in the curriculum, how we can really have more, alternative ways to really deliver the outcomes. Kasi my own opinion is it's not the hours that count, it's how you innovate in delivering your student to learn the desired outcomes of the courses. There are many, I mean, sorry, the internet, the web is here, and there are really many ways to motivate students without really giving them or putting a number of units to better learning. Maybe that is what I mean. To me, dapat talaga we follow. Kaya there's also this study on credit across different countries, and they're surprised how come we have so big number of units in our, just because we more or less base our, also somehow our number of units on how the faculty will also be paid. That's why. But really, if we plan this as learning, I don't know, learning units rather than, maybe we can have, again, I'm being radical here, pero I think you do not pass a student until he has the proper learning units. We have to grade by the outcomes rather than by simple, again, averaging. I think that's where the quality fails. Ang grading kasi natin parang based sa mga average ng scores rather than focusing on what abilities the students, based on the outcomes we're declaring per course.
Okay, so with the OBA, you feel that that can be addressed. But when you mentioned kanina yung, is there a need to reduce the number of GE courses, units?
Wala pa
Nagtatanguan po yung mga tao dito.
Wala akong nakitang response sa past. Perhaps kasi it could also be solved by you trying to, look at the Gen Ed. Kasi when we say we lack units, and ang ating alternative, di ba, is to add one more year, siguro may problema tayo sa parents naman noon. I think, if you ask me, if you want really to be a trimester perhaps shift will probably help you. Kung semestral kayo, my concrete solution is a trimester system probably would deliver these units better or this learning better. Pero hindi pa tayo sanay doon kasi that will mean less vacation on the part of those who are in semestral. And faculty also need that time to rest.
Are there any other questions? Yes, Dr.
Good afternoon. I am Engineer Benedicto in Fortaleza from TUP. Kung mapapansin natin, sir, sa architecture, 5 years pa rin sila. Baka po pwedeng uli ang engineering din 5 years din. Ang naging problema, naging issue doon, yung laging sinasabi sobrang dami ng GEC. Pero kung tutusin mo, yung mga GEC ngayong lumalabas, nakakatulong din naman talaga sa bata. Oo. Kaya lang, sobrang dami nga. Mantakin mo 50. Tapos, 4 years itong program natin. So baka pwede tayong mag-meet sa gitna, gawing 4.5 years or 5 years uli.
But by the way, this chat really is just setting minimum standards, di ba? So, wala namang I don't know, Nanda, can you clarify? Pwede bang magdagdag sila ng more than 4 years? Di ba? Kasi minimum to, di ba? So, if you really say you want to,
I guess sa architecture, kaya po 5 years, yung 1 year is for the industry experience. Ay, hindi. I'm sorry. Hindi ko alam. When we develop kasi the curriculum for the engineering, we presume na yung mga basic courses, yung mga foundation courses, na ibigay na doon sa K to 12. So, we presume na okay na yung mga basic courses. So, ang ginawa ng technical panel is to develop a 4-year degree programs. As to the additional 1 year, wala naman po kaming ganong in-issue na policy on that. Pero kayo din, pagka ginawa nyo 5 years yung courses, yung program nyo in engineering, yung iba 4 years, sino po kaya matatalo? Estudyante na po ang magdidikta niyan, business-wise kasi hindi ano yun.
Saka kung i-assessin kasi natin yung Gen Ed courses, Mathematics for the Modern World, magka-calculus, tasabayan mo no, no? So, parang pwede naman habang tinuturo yung calculus, in-explain mo na how this is used in the modern world. I mean, we can really integrate some of these Gen Ed courses in some of our own. Understanding the self is really, to me, psychology. It's really about psychology. I mean, preparing, and these are not taught, but experienced by the student through probably case studies of others. Maybe you can have case studies of freshman students. I mean, having problems with their. These are things, understanding the self. Are we in the proper course? Something like that. To me, ethics, for example, iba pa yung ethics yata dito sa professional ethics natin. Sana PAES can say we can find equivalent for this, and therefore we are appealing na sana minimum units na lang nito maging 1 or maybe 2 para we can have more remediation courses and we have more professional courses na we sacrificed because really, economics naman yung magdagdag tayo ng 1 more year for both private and even SUCs. Sa akin, these are practical solutions I'm recommending.
So, when you mentioned about PAES making recommendations, I think, was that a year ago, 2 years ago, that we made a proposal to CHED that PAES be allowed to have 1 seat at least in the department.
Yung nga, I still have, sana may resolution tayo in this conference about it, but this has to be supported by data We have to support this by data. I'm sorry, pinaglaban to sa technical panel level, kaya emotional ako hanggang ngayon na natalo kami nung Gen Ed na panel na they really stuck with the 50 units, but that's it. But we were hoping that we are flexible at CHED na knowing that these are the effects of this Gen Ed, sana we find another way to really resolve it. Really, 50 units, killing nga sa professional courses. That's a fact.
May follow-up ako, sir. Hindi ko alam kung paano sabihin ito kasi maraming masaktan.
Sige.
Kasi, ang ano namin sa mga bata, pagpasok sa kolehiyo, parang napapansin namin na kay Generation Z or ano siyang generasyon, parang nawala na talaga yung mga basic na pag-uugali, Ang napapansin namin doon, sir, kasi dumaan sa K11 and K12, aminin mo natin sa hindi, yung mga teachers doon, hindi sila handa para hawakan siguro yung mga bata. Kaya ang tuksuhan nga parang itong mga batang ito parang napaglaruan sa K11 at saka K12. Oo, yung gano'n kasi sa math halimbawa, magtuturo kami ng higher math. Yung uulitin mo pa. Kasi walang natutunan sa K11, K12. Parang ganun ang ano namin. So, yung preparedness siguro ng teacher din, isa sa mga factors yon. Kaya ang mga ugali ng bata parang
Kanino nyo po ba
Hindi naman
na-address?
siguro walang natutunan. Baka magalit
Oo.
si...
Ay,
Hindi.
sorry.
Actually, kanina sinabi ko na po na I know na kami sa DepEd, kami talaga ang dapat sinisisi sa lahat ng nangyayari sa mundo. To be very honest, nag-confess po ako sa pare. Sabi ko, Father, I'm so disturbed. Kasi kako, yung mga bata, yung mga Pilipino, lahat yan dumaan sa kamay ng teacher ng DepEd. Pero hindi marunong mag-behave sa escalator. Hindi marunong magtapo ng basura sa tamang tapunan. Kahit may mga forum na ganito, hindi alam kung paano itatago yung mga wrappers ng sandwich. Kasalanan niya ni teacher. Sabi po sa akin ng pare, this one is really a real story. Hindi po ito kathang isip. And I felt better. Sabi niya, hindi naman DepEd lang ang dapat sinisisi. Nandyan din yung pamilya. Nandun yung simbahan. There are other societal institutions that should help us nurture Filipinos for a brighter future. And ako po talaga, pagkatapos ng confession na yun, I felt better. Sabi ko, mukhang hindi na ako magtatagal sa purgatorio dahil sa mga batang na-produce ng DepEd na hindi makasalanan. But kidding aside, DepEd, especially now, we acknowledge that the quality of education is actually in dire straits. And as I mentioned during my initial presentation, I said, we have to go back to even the most basic skill of reading. Kasi yung higher maths na yan, hindi yan maintindihan kung hindi marunong magbasa ang ating mga bata. So, even among ourselves, yung mga senior high school, junior high school, sisisihin si grade 1, si grade 3, kasi ipinasa daw. So we are actually becoming more intense in our information dissemination that the kids who are not ready to move to the next grade should not move. Kasi parang may misconception din na mayroon pa ring mass promotion, which is not found in any DepEd guideline. There is no DepEd order encouraging mass promotion. But ang challenge po talaga namin, I don't know if I should be sharing this with our partners in higher education, is we have beautiful policies. Even the curriculum as designed sounds good. When I shared it in one forum outside of the Philippines, people approached me and said, you have a beautiful curriculum, and if done properly, your graduates should be ready for the 21st century. Pero what makes the difference? How it becomes real in the lives of the learners inside the classroom. So ang challenge po sa akin ngayon, as I've said, I've been with DepEd for the longest time. I mean, 34 years, going 35, ay paano yung mga pulisiyang ito magiging totoo sa buhay ng mga bata. And I'm aware of the realities. Una, yung time on task. Mayroon po kaming policy, learners should be taught at least 180 days every year. But I know that ang mga kasama naming mga nasa baba, kahit ano na lang gagawin para wag na muna magturo. And that's very hard to stop. Kasi kung ano-ano mga activities, mga celebrations, etc. na pinagkakaabalahan. But binibenta ko na po ang idea sa executive committee. There are 14 of us, including the secretary and the ASECs and the USECs, that we have to be very strict with the time on task. Ang feeling ko po, having been a former teacher myself, a former principal, I did not do anything different from many. I mean, different in terms of deviating from the policies. But I just made sure that the teachers were teaching. In the schools where I was principal, sorry for the reference, my learners were doing great. They were winning in competitions. When they enter universities, the teachers who were my former teachers in the school in my area would say, iba yung mga estudyante nyo sa ibang cohort ng public schools. Wala naman kami ginawa. Tinuruan lang namin every day ng mga dapat ituro. And I must admit, hindi pa to yata nangyayari sa karamihan sa aming mga paaralan. So, I agree po na, there is a big job to do so that we can make the Filipinos really qualified to compete in the 21st century. And we need the help of everyone. Kayo rin po may matutulong sa amin, just like what I suggested, perhaps even in reviewing our learning resources, you will not close your doors when we invite you to take a look at our proposed learning resources, share your expertise. Kanina si Dean, sinasabi niya kahit sa training ng teachers, baka pwede rin po kayong magbigay ng bahagi nyo upang ang mga science and maths teachers namin would actually be learning from the real experts from the academe instead of our own homegrown mga trainers for certain areas. Siguro po, yeah, it's high time that we do things differently because the things we've been doing for the recent years have not been producing the right results. Although, kami po, ang tentative explanations namin sa pagbaba ng proficiency, it's part of the birthing pangs. I mean, when we introduce education reform, I've been reading the literature, it always normally would, have negative impact initially on the outcome, on the academic achievement. Although, yun na nga, bakit umaangat na siya dati tapos bumaba sa NAT ngayon? Ang isang paliwanag po, the way we administered the test was different from the past. Baka dahil sa bago na yung sinusunod na namin yung trends in assessing 21st century skills, hindi pa rin nga na-equip yung teachers kung paano ituturo ang 21st century skills. Ito na po ang nangyari. So our current curriculum review, other than determining whether it's congested or not, includes whether the intended curriculum becomes the attained curriculum. Kasi ang dami-dami pong klase ng curriculum, di ba? Intended, implemented, assessed, achieved. Baka wala pang alignment. Isang po rin yan, isang reality that we have actually identified as a possible factor. Na dahil somehow minadali, gusto natin mag-implement ng K-12, binilisan, mabuti na lang magagaling yung mga naglagay, pero marami pong na-overlook. Like, kahit yung alignment ng mga skills, hindi siya parang synchronized across learning areas. Yung idea of integration ay hindi masyadong maliwanag. So, liliwanagin naman po at yun na nga, ongoing yung process and we will need your voice. Maganda po itong opportunity that I've been sent by the Secretary here. So I could quote you without having to mention your names about the impression of the engineering educators as far as our science and technology graduates are concerned. So hindi po ako nagagalit. I really appreciate honest feedback because if we don't acknowledge realities, we will pretend to be doing well when we are not. So, sama-sama na po tayong hanapan ng paraan. Para hindi naman tayo tumagal sa purgatory pagdating ng panahon.
Salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Yusek. We have only 10 minutes left and Ma'am Carla has the last question.
No, it's not a question. Maybe we can start this from the DepEd, Mr. San Antonio. PAES maybe would start this problem, no? Kasi most of our institutions naman have senior high school, di ba? So I think, unang naisip ko dyan, lahat ng magtuturo ng senior high, sa mathematics, physics, chemistry, lalo na kung yung institution mo may engineering, dapat yung engineering faculty mo ang magturo sa senior high. But ang problema doon, minsan with the same institution, the engineering din, hindi pwedeng makialam sa senior high. Isa sa problema yun eh. But if PAES would start that, would initiate that, na hindi kami papayag na hindi engineer sa magtuturo ng senior mathematics, chemistry, and physics, then mababawasan yung problema.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So, since we have very limited time, talagang nag-uproar because of that. But
May gusto po sumagot sa inyo?
Meron po bang gustong sumagot?
Nasabi na naman ni Sir yung mga steps na gagawin daw. Yeah, he's looking at yung training, reviewing yung skills ng current system.
Okay. Questions po? I saw one.
Akala ko.
So, kayo po muna. You're next.
Good afternoon. I am Engineer Ronald Villaverde from Tuguegarao City. Gusto ko lang mag-react dun sa sinabi ni Ma'am Carla kanina. No? So, sa mga schools dito sa Manila, wala sigurong problema yung senior high. Especially if for one school, you have your senior high so that you have a ready enrollees for college. But the fact is that in the provinces, mas maraming graduates talaga galing sa mga public schools. Kasi hindi naman ganun karami yung mga yung mga senior high, ay mga private schools, I mean. Ito yung concern ko. Nabanggit ko lang yung kay Ma'am Carla kanina, pero yung talagang itatanong ko kay Sir Yusek. Anong plano ng DepEd para dun sa mga curriculum? Especially, nabanggit ko nga, ang dami-daming mga public schools sa probinsya. At karamihan sa kanila, ang inong-offer nila gas. Dahil ang sinasabi nila ganito, kung hindi ka sure sa kukunin mo sa college, mag-gas ka na lang. So karamihan ng mga graduates ng senior high sa public schools, I don't know sa ibang region, pero sa region 2, karamihan gas. Tapos andun yung pronouncement na kahit anong strand ka galing, pwede kang kumuha ng kahit anong program sa college. Eh di, na-churva na siya. No? So, wala bang balak ang, kasi may haka-haka noon na parang balak ng DepEd na ayusin yung ayusin yung stranding na yan. Kasi dun sa pronouncement na kahit anong strand ka, pwede kang kumuha na kahit anong program sa college. What's the use of having strands then? Diba? Kung ganun din lang. So, yun yung kay Yusek. Second, i-address ko naman sa chat. Hindi ko alam kung who gets to decide as to how many test grantees, yung tertiary education scholarship, subsidy, thank you, sir. Who gets to decide from CHED kung gaano kalaki yung i-allot nila sa isang private school? Kasi sa province, ganito. If you are in a locality na may state U doon, nililimit nila ang grant na ibinibigay sa iyo, yung allocation, nililimit nila yon. Samantala kung nasa isang lugar ka, private school ka, at walang state U doon, ang laki-laki na binibigay. Kahit yung private school na yon, hindi naman capable mag-offer ng kahit anong program dahil very limited naman yung program nila. So parang may problema doon, di ba? If this private school can offer quality education to more number of enrollees, nagkataon lang na merong state U doon sa location niya, bakit hindi natin pagbigyan, di ba? Yun lang naman yung naisip ko. No? Thank you.
Ako po ang sasagot na una. Again, I'll refer to my experience as a regional director in in fact, the biggest region in the whole country. Yung Calabarzon serves 3.8 million of the 27 million in the whole country. Ang ginawa po namin, mambabagsik doon yung mga state universities. They actually passed a Board of Trustees resolution that they will not accept learners who do not, whose track in senior high school do not jibe with the courses they would like. So, hindi naman namin pwedeng awayin yung mga universities na nagsabi na, hindi, we will not consider applicants from GAS who want to be engineers. They should be graduates of the STEM track. So, ang ginawa po namin, nag-organize kami ng bridging courses sa mga bata na talagang gusto mag-engineer later part of the senior high schooling para ma-qualify sila. So we negotiated with the university, state university officials on how this could be addressed. Although tama naman po yung sabi nyo sa CHED na call na yan kung papayagan nila o hindi yung ano, but ako po ang feeling ko talaga, sang-ayon din sa mga feedback na nakuha ko, pag nagkuha ng track yung bata, tapos yung course niya, sang-ayon doon sa kanyang track sa senior high school, that child or that learner tends to perform better than the others na hindi nagkaroon ng ano. So, feeling ko, dapat talaga, irespeto rin. Sorry po, but I don't know if I should be saying this. Irespeto rin yung autonomy and academic freedom ng universities to determine who they should take and who they should allow as enrollees in their programs. Pero, yun na nga po, ang isang talagang ingredient na na-mention ko kanina is a very effective guidance program. Para yung bata, pag pasok niya ng grade 11, alam niya na talaga, hindi na siya, although alam niyo naman to in your universities before, prior to K-12, ang dami rin lumilipat-lipat ng courses, di ba? And that's a reality na hindi talaga final ang decision ng bata hanggat hindi pa siya nakaka-graduate. So, pabago-bago ng isip. But at least, kung properly guided sa pagpili ng career, baka naman, And then, yung pong issue nyo, bakit kasi gas lahat ino-offer? Hindi naman po ganyan yung sinabi namin when we were planning for senior high school. We really made sure that the different tracks would be offered in certain areas. Although, talagang limited po ang slots, yung arts, saka design and arts, saka yung sports. Kasi mahirap, malaki po ang investment doon ng government. Saka sa trend naman talaga, kaunti lang yan. Mga 1% lang yan ng cohort natin ang nandun. Pero yung tech voc, academic, tracks ay ini-encourage namin yung mga paaralan na siguruhin na sa areang yan, mayroon talagang nag-o-offer ng STEM, mayroong humanities, mayroong tech voc at lahat. Although, yun ngang ibang mga high school na nagpilit na mag-offer ng senior high, pinakamadaling i-offer yung chapsoy. Kasi kaunti-kaunti lang ng mga kung ano-ano ay pwede na. Pero, nasabi ko na rin po that we are actually reviewing the curriculum now. So, we'll consider your input, sir, as we make decisions on how the K-12 curriculum, particularly senior high, would be configured so that it will be more responsive to the needs of the universities and the industry.
Partner, sige, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and the second question on the provision of scholarship through the TES. I have not talked with the Unifast on your question because we have talked before, right, sir? Nag-usap kami ni Engineer Villaverde before, the other week, and have not talked with the Unifast. On that, siguro, sir, I could give you an answer after this activity because I will be going home and so Thursday I'll be in the office. Hindi ko alam kung paano nila kinu-compute kung ilan ang slots for its TES na scholarship grants.
In-acknowledge ko kasi partner niyo. May tanong pa po kayo? Okay na? Okay. Sige po, okay. Time check po, alas 3 na. So, kahiya-hiya man sa inyo, kailangan na nating synthesize ang aking partner.
Yeah, so we would like to really acknowledge and appreciate our discussants and all of our participants. So just to synthesize, we have seen that acknowledge naman ni Yusek that we have problems with the basic up to the SHS education system. But he appreciate niya na na-imbita natin siya dito to get the feedback from us, and he is inviting us to help them in the reviewing of the learning materials. And of course, na-discuss din po yung mga napakaraming units natin, yung GEC at saka yung na-reduce pa yung ating engineering units. But I think it's time to really come up with teaching and learning innovation so that we can address this better. I think marami pang iba tayong na-discuss, pero yun na lang muna. And I would like to say thank you. Thank you to Dean Laurito and Yusik Antonio and Ma'am Nanda and Engineer Fred.
Bibigay din po tayo ng certificate and I'd like to call our President. Basahin ko lang po yung citation. Certificate of Appreciation. This certificate is hereby presented to for his her invaluable contribution as forum discussant during the International Conference on Engineering Education, Philippines 2019 with the theme Re-engineering, Engineering Education, Shifting Gears, Powering Up, and Leading the Way. Given this 21st day of October 2019 at Grand XING Imperial Hotel, Iloilo City, Philippines. Signed, Evelyn Q. Lugindin, First Vice President Paes, and Engineer Danny C. Molina, President Paes. This one is for Engineer Fernandina J. Kalimlim. Also, Engineer Federico A. Monsada. Thank you, Sir President. Dr. Diosdado M. San Antonio. And Engineer Alberto A. Laurito. Marami pong salamat ulit.
I'm Ephraim de la Serna. I was a former chief engineer on board ships, product of engineering. Not on a product of your engineering. Yun po yung terminology in marine engineering at saka actual engineering. We are a product of your engineering. Pwede pa next slide, sir. So engineering is a science to design, build ideas. It's a science to design, build ideas, engine, bridges, schematics, power plants, and everything else. So, a person coined this one. No? I have been impressed with the urgency of doing, knowing, and not enough, we must apply. Being well is not enough, we must do. So, it was coined by Leonardo da Vinci. So, do we really apply what we know sa engineering? Yun po yung target namin. These are the photos of one of the brilliant minds of the world. Or probably you will see them. These are just one of the photos. Pero some of us forgot that they are people. No? We remember them by who they are. So there is one Filipino here. It's Dado Banataw. So did they prosper to become who they are because of academics? Or probably experience? Or probably internship, yung they were talking kanina. Or probably it was just very pure interest. So I just came from UK last week to present to companies because We are going, nauna po yung international namin before bumalik kami sa core Philippines. So there were inventions that breeded new innovations. So by the way, we are PCI Tech and we would like to show you. We are we are a company who works on virtual reality, augmented, serious gaming, e-learning systems, and a blockchain certification, if you have heard about the new. It's a system that aligns with Education 4.0. And we would like to, we're currently partners with the Department of Science and Technology, Knowledge Channel, Kongsberg, Lufthansa, we built their ship, airplane. Mga barko po ng FastCat, currently we have 5 of the biggest schools in the Philippines who do this one. So, ano po talaga yung pinunta namin dito? Actually, it's quite simple. No, play. Back, next slide. Puro po yan video, sir. Play po, play. Can you, ano na lang, pakita na lang. Yung ano. Walang audio. So these are virtual realities that were presented in UK during the presentation. These were done by Filipinos. Sobrang galing po yung mga Pilipino natin na we always wanted to flourish. This is an actual scale model of a ship. I was a former chief engineer and we wanted to scale the ship kasi gusto namin yung mga bata pumunta talaga sa barko. So, another one is using hands. So this was generated by an electric company dun po sa Europe that we simulate electrical systems using hands. So very effective po siya. We can create haptics. Pag nagkamali, ulit agad. No consumables. Mas madali po isipin. So those are the things. And another one, if yung pong nasa ano po, we created firefighting scenarios. So this was presented during the Interferry UK conference. So firefighting. Another one po is a training center. Let us develop actually overhauling components using engineering. So they were doing overhauls talaga of the parts. But we also do this one. So we do 360 photographies of the current power plants. So that students can really see it in the virtual reality world. So it's an approach that's being done in most countries. STI has currently mapped out the whole airline system para makita talaga nila what an airport looks like. No? So this is a 360 view. It's viewable. It's also in PC. Another one is using augmented reality. So 76% sa current statistics, ages from 18 to 20, my mobile phone. The problem is how do you use your mobile phone? So binubuhay po namin yung equipment using this type of, I know University of Philippines has been, UP has been there always, but these are international companies na branded yung mga engineering equipment nila. So nakikita na lang sa tablet. So currently the Philippine Merchant Marines Academy has acquired 600 tablets to build this one. So lahat po ng components sa engineering we do. Freshwater generators, lahat po. And also, pag may mga libro naman, like for example, this is a common book, we will just place there. If you download the Google Play Store, mabubuhay po yung book. So the book itself is alive. Kung napapansin nyo po, you just need to look at the book. And if you imagine Harry Potter, it's there. So it's very interactive. It's a marketing system also. So nakikita talaga yung actual 3D model. It scans the whole area. So it's a mix of publication and view. So what do we plan for the engineering? So what do we plan for engineering? Actually po, we have built an actual plant. An actual plant po na pwede sanang gawin namin. We have already drawn the system. We're just looking for schools who would like their students to bring the planta dun po sa school nyo. So, we done some research, 3D animation. We are a game development company situated in the Philippines for the Filipinos sana. Sana. I will tell you the story bakit nakakalungkot. I will play this one. This is a sample of a 3D walkthrough. So this is a 3D industrial plant that we wanted to put in every school in the Philippines. Kasi we have already done it in ships. By next year, Ched Marina has already pushed to develop ships inside the ano. So we plan to build industrial plant for schools para po sa lahat ng schools. So the Filipino Association, PAES, has definitely looked into this one. So we're looking for schools to co-invest to develop. It takes around 1 year to 6 months to 1 year to develop. But this is the new way. If you're looking at the 21st skill, ito po yung pinag-uusapan sa Europe. Yung napakasakit po, we are not doing this one in the Philippines. So what are the benefits of this emerging technology? High mobility and open architecture, sobrang taas. Another one is unlimited possibilities for adoption and arrangement. This is a current study po na ginawa namin with 1,000 respondents. It's a very cost-efficient solution. It's a high fidelity of image kasi they are really, students now are very, I have a 7-year-old daughter who is really image visualized. Visual immersion is key to competence. Yun po yung pinag-usapan regarding holistic. We were having a topic also in UK for that one. It's an emerging method of assessment. So every time the problem, you can reset it. Yung target po kasi sa Seaman, why it's being done, because seafarers have an STCW code. So virtual reality did really created a limelight. Sensya na sir. Balik na ako dito. So virtual reality did create an interest on the system. It created a better interest. So imagine these photos, no? We were in UK. I've been in UK. I've been in Thailand. I've been in Singapore. Nakakalungkot po that schools are doing virtual reality for their ano. Yung sabi lang sa agit sa amin is the cost. Actually po, hindi po ito mahal. Pag, example, 5 schools will do one thing, it's so expensive to buy very expensive equipment. Imagine like electrical modules, pneumatics modules, sobrang mahal po. I think these are currently the scientists of the Philippines that we're currently supporting. We're really pushing them to train. We're really pushing to train for robotics, virtual reality, AR. These are just one of the hundreds that we're helping. Kids, you know some of the scientists, and we believe that with helping them with virtual reality, augmented reality, we are not selling. We're trying to help po. Na if schools just unite, yung sinabi kanina, we can always come up with something. So, thank you very much. So meron lang po kami ilalagay na libro dito if you want. You can download in Google Play Store. There's also a contact number. If you wanted us to present, as FEU de La Salle, we were there already. We've been training your IT school pala. So, thank you.
So with me this afternoon are Samantha S. Calios and Janport Galache from the University of San Agustin to facilitate the process. Okay? So, for the mechanics of, or the rules for paper presentation, again, we have all presenters must be in a designated venue before the start of the session. 2, any changes on the presentation materials must be made 30 minutes before the start of the session. 3, each presenter is given only 10 minutes to present his or her paper. The timekeeper will notify the presenter 3 times in the course of the presentation. 2 minutes and 1 minute before the end of time allotment and at the end of the time allotment. 5, questions from the audience will only be entertained after the presentation. 6, the audience will be given 5 minutes to ask their questions. Beyond this time, the session chair will cut the open forum and proceed to the next paper presentation. And then, the winner of the best paper per session will be announced during the fellowship night. For the first presenter, we have from the Southland College to talk about characterization of impact, bending, and water absorption properties of core fiber reinforced concrete fiber board. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Engineer Nolan E. Fernandez.
Good afternoon. Magandang hapon sa lahat. I would like to thank PAES and Icee for giving me the opportunity to share the results of my experiment, characterization of impact, bending, and water absorption properties of core fiber reinforced concrete fiber board. The engineering application of natural fibers is presently considered an environmentally correct alternative to replace more expensive, non-recyclable, and energy-intensive synthetic fibers. Economic and environmental reasons sustain a promising future trend for natural fiber composites because they are abundant, renewable, biodegradable, recyclable, and above all, neutral with respect to the carbon dioxide emissions. Core fibers, or the coconut fibers, is the focus of this study, and it makes sense because the Philippines is the second largest producer of coconut. This is the byproduct of coconut that usually ends up being burned or simply become another agricultural waste. It has drawn much interest to be a better alternative to synthetic fibers as a reinforcement to concrete because of its outstanding physical and mechanical properties. The coconut fiber is found between the internal shell and the outer coat of the coconut fiber. It is thick, strong, high abrasion resistant, waterproof, resistant to damage to salt water, corrosion resistant, lightweight, and above all, high strength to weight ratio. Due to these characteristics, it becomes a favorable reinforcement to cement composites such as concrete. It will not only improve long-term durability in concrete, but will bring down construction cost as well. Ito po yung mga study na nare-review ko tungkol sa paggawa ng fiber boards at saka yung pag-integrate ng coconut fibers into it. Yung lahat ng mga resulta is promising. Ibig sabihin, nag-i-improve yung concrete on some aspects. Mayroon ding nagdi-degrade. Ito po yung example. Most of the studies claim that the tensile and flexural strength is improved with the employment of core fibers into the composite. Mayroon ding nagsasabi, and of course this is the obvious, nagdi-decrease ang compressive strength as the fiber content is increased. That is obvious kasi yung fiber hindi po nagko-contribute ng compressive strength dahil it is only strong in tensile. At saka, what motivates me to have a research in core fiber, because amongst all the natural fibers, siya pong nagbibigay ng pinaka-highest fracture toughness. Sa fiberboard kasi, yung application niyan for flooring, yung siding at saka roofing, yung impact toughness is the one that is one of the most important properties to consider. Now, lahat ng itong volume ng fiber na ginagamit nila is less than 15%. So sa atin, ito yung gap. Gusto natin makatipid ng material. So we have to try to come up with a fiber board that contains higher fiber percentages to maximize the savings of material. So we focus on 4 mixed designs, 30%, 40%, 50%, and including the reference sample with no fiber content. All of these are mixed in a 2:1 sand cement ratio and 57 water cement ratio. Pagkatapos nito, itetest po natin, i-evaluate po natin yung performance ng fiberboard in terms of its density, water absorption, and thickness swelling, the modulus of rupture and the modulus of elasticity, the impact strength using the ESTM methods. So ito po yung study ko is what you call divided into 3 stages. Ito po yung pag-i-extract at saka pagpili ng kung anong klaseng coconut yung gagamitin natin sa pag-extract ng fiber. Pangalawa, yung paggawa ng samples at saka yung pag-testing so that to characterize our fiber boards. Ito pong ginagamit natin is matured or seasoned coconut. And it is extracted by way of feeding it into the decorticating machine. Pagkatapos, hinuhugasan po ito. Pagkatapos, gina-air dry before it is cut and mixed with cement and sand with water. The fabrication starts with calculating the correct proportions and mixing it before it is molded and cured for 28 days in ambient conditions. Pagkatapos po, ito po yung testing na ginagawa natin to characterize our fiberboard. Itong density, itong water absorption test is carried out using the single continuous 24-hour submersion at saka yung thickness swelling. Ito pong si MOR at MOE, ito po yung bending property na kinukuha natin using the standards center loading static bending assembly using a UTM equipment. At saka yung impact strength ay is what do you call this? Conducted using a Charpy impact tester. Pinoprocess po yung lahat ng mga data to come up with the character of the fiberboard. Ito po yung unang result ng testing ko, itong density test. Makikita po natin from the reference sample yung 0% fiber, makikita natin there is a decrease in the density from 1874 down to 1256. Ito pong 50% fiber has the lowest density. If you're going to convert that, magiging mayroong equivalent to 475 to 617 kilogram per meter cube reduction. Ibig sabihin, ito po yung material na masisave natin in terms of weight. So, nagiging lightweight siya. And also, as you increase the fiber, makikita natin yung decreasing density, makikita natin. And of course, this is attributed to the lower inherent density of the core fibers. Siyempre, itong core fibers, ito po ang lightest natural fiber and the most elastic. So ito po nangyari, nagre-reduce talaga siya. And basically, all of the mixed designs outperforms the reference sample. Itong water absorption, we can see from the graph that the water absorption values increases as the fiber volume increases. Ito pong si coir fiber, this is a lignocellulosic fiber. Ito po'y dahilan kung bakit nag-absorb siya ng tubig kasi madali siyang mag-absorb ng tubig. And if we can go back to the density values, makikita natin na inversely proportional yung density with increasing fiber content. Ibig sabihin, pag tataas yung fiber content, magdi-decrease yung density, but tataas din yung water absorption. Thickness swelling result. So ito pong thickness swelling, ito po yung criteria na ginagamit to judge dimensional stability. Ito po yung resulta that TS values is decreasing as the fiber volume increases. And of course, this is inconsistent with the previous result. However, 15% lang yung volume na ginagamit nila, sa akin 30. Merong isang research by Morales na which is consistent with mine, yung ginagamit niya 25 to 50 nagdi-decrease din. But however, I cannot tell you the exact reason unless a microstructure level analysis could be made. So yan ang inirecommend natin. Okay? MOR is also decreasing. This is a given na nagdi-decrease yung flexural strength as the fiber increases. At saka yung MOE niya. But however, this is a good indicator na nagiging medyo flexible yung concrete natin upon the application of our fiber. And lastly, yung impact strength natin, makikita natin, tumataas. Ito na yung sinasabi ko. With the application, with the integration of fiber into the composite, tumataas yung impact strength. This increase is attributed to the higher ductility of fibers and the interlocking mechanism of the fibers into the matrix. So the increase is 320 to 360 from the reference sample, which is very significant. So from the results, it can be concluded that yung 30% fiber volume has the best performance in terms of water absorption, flexural strength, and stiffness. At saka yung 50 has the best performance of density, thickness swelling, and impact strength. And of course, yung 40, MOE. Thank you. That's the report. Maraming salamat po.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sir Fernandez. Anybody from questions from the audience? Question po. Just proceed to the center aisles and use the microphone. Introduce your name and the school you are representing. Meron tayong isang question, sir. How would your study characterization of impact, bending, and water absorption of coir fiber reinforcement concrete fiberboard affect the government's project build?
Actually, yung na-present ko, yung lahat ng fiberboards, meron silang mga characteristic na pwedeng gamitin sila kung depende sa application. If this will be, what do you call this, used, doon sa density, malaki pong savings na makukuha po natin. Kasi mayroon malaking reduction ng density of the material. Depende po sir, depende po sa gamit. If you are gonna use this one, given the abundance of our core fibers, actually which is actually mostly ends up in the dump or being burned. Siyempre, may tutulong po ito sa programa ng gobyerno natin.
Okay, thank you, sir. Some more questions? Okay, there being none, let us proceed to the next. Ay, sorry, hindi ko napansin, sir.
I'm Engineer Jesus Anayas from the University of San Agustin. The question is regarding the addition of the coir fibers in concrete. As you mentioned that there is an abundance of supply. How sure are you? Can you manufacture it commercially?
Sir, from where I come from, in the oriental part of Negros, marami pong niyog doon and it is evident because meron po kaming coconut oil refinery. So, kadalasan, yung mga husk, tinatapon lang yan. So, that is one of the motivations, sir, na we are into this study. In fact, sa ngayon, sir, together with yung mga architects sa lugar namin, they are really considering this as an option in their construction activities. Yan ang pong masasabi ko. I cannot speak for the whole of the Philippines, pero kung nasaan po ako, abundant po yung coir fibers. Salamat po, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, let's proceed to the next presenter.
Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, sir. To discuss this topic, modeling, simulation, and comparison of wind energy voltage fluctuation mitigation methods from the University of the Philippines, Engineer Justin Joshua Ramos.
Hello. Okay, good afternoon. I am Justin Joshua P. Ramos, a graduate student from the University of the Philippines, Diliman. And I'm going to present a research study called Modeling, Simulation, and Comparison of Wind Energy Voltage Fluctuation Mitigation Methods, along with its significance to engineering education. This is a collaboration between me and Dr. Jordan Rel Oreliaza. As the energy industry moves forward to the development of renewable energy systems, well, especially wind energy sources, we are faced with several challenges, one of which is the power quality issue of voltage fluctuations. Voltage fluctuations, also known as flicker, not only disturb the machines from the industrial sector, but also produce harmful effects to the health of the consumers. So there are three proposed mitigation methods, namely the battery system, a static VAR compensator, also known as a STATCOM, and the combination of these two. So a comparison among these methods must be performed. Next. Aside from tackling voltage fluctuations, we also present a time domain power system simulation platform which can prove to be useful for the attainment of the expected outcomes of the BS Electrical Engineering program as prescribed by the Commission on Higher Education. Next. Let's now move on to the overview of the project's test system. We can see here four major components for the model. The first one is the wind energy conversion system. Let's just call it the WEX. A weak grid, then a constant RL load, then the voltage fluctuation mitigation methods. Looking at the WEX, the mechanical energy of the wind turbine will be converted by the permanent magnet synchronous generator into electrical energy, which will then pass through a rectifier, a smoothing capacitor, and an inverter. Over there, we can see that by adding a series RLC and increasing the transformer's impedance, we can model this as a weak grid for us to emphasize voltage fluctuations during variable wind speed operation. All of these components are connected to the point of common coupling bus, which we can call the PCC bus. Next. I'm going to show the results for the PCC voltage without the mitigation methods. At a constant wind speed, the voltage level stays at that level. But when we used a variable wind speed input, we obtain this kind of voltage fluctuation. What we can say about this is that variable wind speed operation does indeed produce voltage fluctuation, which is the issue we're going to address for the following slides. Next. Okay, for the first mitigation method, which is the battery system, who is responsible for compensating for the real power P. The idea is that the controller will allow the battery to charge when there is an excess real power in the system, but it will discharge when the real power is lacking. All of which revolves around the idea that power angle greatly affects real power flow. We started by manually adjusting the phase shift of the battery from 0 to 360 degrees and recording the absorbed or generated real power. With those observations, an ideal equation was computed, as shown by this equation, and this served as the controller's foundation for us to address the fluctuations in real power. We can set the battery to either compensate for the load or directly to the WEX. Next. Over here, I want to show the results on how the battery compensate for the real power. The x-axis shows the time in seconds, and the y-axis shows the real power in megawatts. We can see over there that when the system's real power is very low, we can see that the battery compensates by discharging its own real power. And it's not shown very clearly, but at the bottom part of that plot, the real power is at a negative value, indicating that it is charging when the real power is very high during that time. Next slide. Moving on to the next mitigation method, which is now responsible for the reactive power queue, which we call the STATCOM. The idea here is that by comparing the current PCC voltage to a set reference value, we can compute the needed reactive power and adjust the voltage magnitude of the STATCOM accordingly. All of this revolve around the idea that voltage magnitude greatly affects reactive power flow. Then by using Microsoft Excel's regression analysis tool, we obtained these two linear equations that relate the relevant parameters. Next. This is supposed to be an animation, but I guess it was not properly recorded. I want to show here the overlapping plots of all the results. The red plot is for the battery compensating for the load. Then the yellow plot is for the battery compensating for the WEX. And the green is for the STATCOM, and the blue is for the combined method. Sorry, without the animation. Nevertheless, I want to show that with the combined method, which is the blue plot, we obtained the best results in mitigating the voltage fluctuations. And what we can say about this is that both real and reactive power support are essential for us to mitigate voltage fluctuations during variable wind speed operations. Next. I will now show the expected outcomes prescribed by the Commission on Higher Education Memorandum Order number 88, as we specifically identify with this study. For example, expected outcome letter D of applying knowledge of mathematics and science to solve complex engineering problems. In this study, we used the regression analysis, the idea of regression analysis to come up with mathematical equations to relate the relevant parameters such as the real power and the power angle and the voltage magnitude and the reactive power. Another outcome addressed by this study is, for example, expected outcome letter K of applying techniques, skills, and modern engineering tools, because we used a time domain simulation platform to platform to illustrate how electric power systems operate and how they work with each other. Next. As we discussed the expected outcomes, here we proposed where this study can be incorporated among the required courses listed by the CHED Memorandum number 88, Article 5, Section 11. I will just go, for example, is this electrical apparatus and devices. In the time domain simulation platform, electrical components such as transformers, circuit breakers, diodes, etc. are already provided. So all of these components can be connected with each other for their operation to be observed individually or as a whole. Other courses are electrical machines, power system analysis, fundamentals of power plant design, feedback and control system. Okay, last slide. We are confident that this study can prove to be a significant tool for us to supplement courses in electrical engineering program, as well as to contribute to the attainment of the expected outcomes prescribed by CHED. So with that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much and have a great afternoon.
Thank you, Sir Joshua. Any question from the floor? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Engineer Salvador Sonore from Central Philippine University. You know, in 1999, we developed a wind turbine with a capacity of 6 kilowatts in Calatagan, Batangas, with a budget coming from the Department of Energy. Now, my question is, at what wind velocity your system can operate? And we know that once we double the wind velocity, the power output is 8 times. And the strongest typhoon in the world we experienced in the Philippines by Yolanda. You know, based on our computation, the electrical system cannot control. We are offering mechanisms so that we can minimize area instead of controls, because it cannot stop the operation of the wind turbine. Because as you extract more power, the thrust force in the tower will make your tower fail. So with that calculation of yours and experiment can solve our problem with regards to fluctuation in the supply of power, because we are developing isolated system, meaning we have to use battery and we have regulation. So for us, there is no need to come up of the control because we integrate already the controls in the system. So our output is already AC, 220 volts AC. So is this can help our systems?
For the first question po, I used 13 meters per second wind speed input. Then for the variable wind speed, it's just random. Then for the question about if this system can handle operations during typhoons, um, this study was made from the assumption that during our everyday lives, wind speed can vary. So typhoons or storms can be added as a extreme value or the extreme cases for these kinds of study. So um, possible answer for the cases when there is a typhoon, we can either use a higher capacity battery, or we can use better electric components to better control the speed of the turbines when the wind speed is at its extreme values po.
Okay, sir. Some more question? So there being none, so thank you, sir, for that presentation.
Thank you po.
Our next presenter will talk about recycled batch fermentation for acetic acid production from matured coconut water by Acetobacter aceti immobilized in fibrous bed. Ladies and gentlemen, from the University of the Philippines, Visayas, it's all welcome Engineer Lucita C. Di Guzman.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My topic is about vinegar. I used the recycled batch fermentation, immobilized the cell of Acetobacter aceti in fibrous bread bioreactor to produce acetic acid. Next, please. So, since coconut water is a matured coconut water, was only thrown away when you are going to make use of matured coconut for copra making. So instead of disposing this, I utilize the matured coconut water to make it to vinegar. Because vinegar nowadays is in demand in the market. We don't have a natural vinegar. Most oftentimes, they are synthetic vinegar. So there was an issue before about synthetic vinegar. So I decided to make use of the coconut water which is matured because they are just thrown away in tapayan. Okay, most of the methods that they are using are just the submerged type. So I use the immobilized cell. Okay, next slide, please. So of these three processes that was used before by DOST, tapayan process was the most common. And the site here is actually it's not an excellent type of method that produces natural vinegar. So I intended to use the concept of immobilization of the cell. So in the Philippines, immobilized cell is not yet used. Seldom they are used for wastewater treatment, and some are used for treating water that are run on the surface, taken from the river. So in my case, I use this to produce vinegar or acetic acid. Next slide, please. So matured coconut water is one resource considered as a waste product, which is produced in appreciable quantities in the Philippines, in Sri Lanka, Thailand, and other countries. So this is a good base for vinegar production. Its conversion into vinegar, therefore, presents an attractive option for increasing wattage and producing a valuable product. Therefore, there is a need for the Philippines to develop its vinegar manufacturing industry competitive with other markets so that importation will be minimized. This paper will introduce a different kind of fermentation technique wherein only one-time inoculation will be made, and when cells are ready, immobilized in FBB, this will serve as generator of cells without contaminating the system. Next slide, please. So my objective here, my general objective, is to examine the potential of my fabricated FBB to produce acetic acid from matured coconut water using immobilized cell of ACT in the matrix of FBB. Specific objectives were determine the process performance of the immobilized recycle batch in terms of productivity, product purity, and product yield of acetic acid using one substrate, that is matured coconut water, and then determine the maximum production rates of acetic acid at different substrate concentrations of the recycled batch fermentation mode. Next, please. So these are my materials. The chemicals I use are dextrose, this hydrogen peroxide, muscovado liquid sugar, and the muscovado liquid syrup was part of the medium substrate obtained from muscovado farmers in Haniwa, Iloilo, and the matured coconut water was taken from vendors selling matured shredded coconut in public market. Other materials used are cotton towels, stainless steel, wire, magnetic stirrer, glassware, beakers, pipettes, test tube, petri dishes, paper towel, alcohol lamp, and aluminum foil. Next, please. So the microorganism, as mentioned, is Acetobacter aceti, and this is obtained from the Department of Science and Technology, Division of Environmental Technology, Biotechnology, Taguig, Metro Manila, placed in a slant inside a tube. And this is being maintained by letting it grow in a medium comprise the matured coconut water. Next, please. So this is my experimental setup. I mix the substrate in my fermenter and then pump it to the immobilized fibrous bed, and it goes back to the fermenter to produce the acetic acid. Next, please. Next slide, please. So the main concern is the cell recycle batch fermentation. And what is this all about? It is a process of fermentation where the medium after inoculation was made to return back to the fermenter after the medium has passed the FBB. The medium which continuously flow from fermenter to FBB is reprocessed again from FBB to fermenter and vice versa to form the acetic acid inside the fermenter. There are 4 batches of cell recycle fermentation performed, except that in each batch run, the volume of the fermentation medium used was constant at 6.5 liters. The fresh medium was used for its recycled batch run, and the medium contains 5%, 10%, 12%, and 15% sugar concentration. The parameters measured were pH, percent TA, sugar concentration, and process performance were productivity, product yield, and purity. These are the determining performance parameters of my FBB. And then this is the 6.5 liters medium was made to pass the fibrous bed bioreactor immobilized with acetic acid bacteria. Next slide, please. So how do I determine pH? Using the pH meter. And the titrable acidity was used using the titration or potentiometric method stated by Nelson. So the formula are seen there. Next slide, please. So how I determine the sugar concentration is with the use of the refractometer. I took a sample from the bioreactor and placed this in the prism of refractometer and then read the sugar concentration in the bricks. And it is expressed in terms of bricks. And there is this amount of sugar conversion to bricks as indicated by the formula number 2. Okay, next slide, please. So the calculation of the performance parameters are product yield, productivity, and product purity. These are very common parameters that are used for process performances of any equipment. And they are self-explanatory. Next slide, please. Well, there are 4 recycled batches performed. And as I mentioned, each batch contains 5, 10, 12, and 15 degree bricks. And the medium, which contained coconut water and muscovado liquid sugar or pulot, was made to be recycled into the fibrous bed bioreactor. Next slide, please. This is the sugar concentration for each of the cell recycled batches. As the amount of sugar decreases as time goes on, the highest, the one that has maintained highest bricks occurred at the 12 degree bricks. Next slide, please. So the explanation behind this is that the metabolism of some acetic acid bacteria may include a tricarboxylic acid cycle function, enabling them to completely transform acetic acid to carbon dioxide. And however, because entry into the acetate cycle is inhibited by the presence of ethanol, it is essential to maintain a low concentration of ethanol in the presence of acetic acid bacteria to prevent full oxidation. So in fact, in ethanol concentrations found in every vinegar range from 0.5 to 1%. Sugar concentration for 12 degree Brix batch fermentation declined abruptly from 12.4 to a lower Brix and 24 hours, unlike that seen in 5 degree Brix, 10 and 15 degree Brix, where the decrease in concentration with time was gradual. Commercial brand vinegar such as Dato Puti or Sukang Puti has acetic acid as final product, which has a final sugar concentration of 4.6. Okay. If you have any question regarding the TA, I will gladly show you the different results of my experiment.
Question from the audience.
Because time is up.
Okay, I have one question here, ma'am.
Yes.
Recycled batch fermentation for acetic acid or vinegar from matured coconut water is a new process or a new technique in producing vinegar. How this process differs from making commercial vinegar such as the Dato Puti in the market?
Yeah, okay. Dato Puti was taken from the process of molasses. Okay, molasses, which is taken from sugar. Also, it's a byproduct of sugar refinery plant. Mine is not. It is taken from the coconut water and it is um, added with muscovado liquid syrup, which is the pulot. Pulot is a byproduct of muscovado making. The one that is used as part of the filling of piyaya, that liquid sugar, and some other kakanin. So instead of, some Muscovato farmers just throw them away or they just give it to their chicken and other farm animals. So instead of I put value to it, I add value to it by using it as part of my substrate in the medium of producing vinegar. My vinegar is competitive because this has a percent TA of 5.2%, which is a standard percent TA required by the FDA.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay. Meron pa ba? Meron pang tanong? So, there being none, we have to proceed to the next presenter. Thank you very To present his study on health risk index of small island population based on vegetables and elevated metals concentration, let us call in from Mapua University, Engineer Delia B. Sinoro.
Good afternoon, everyone. Delia Sinoro here from Mapua University, sharing with you our research results on health risk assessment and the risk indices. And this is actually a part of our bigger research project called the Hive, which is funded by the Department of Science and Technology, the Philippine Council of Health Research and Development, and in cooperation, partnership with the Marinduque State College in Marinduque. This research actually is being partnered and cooperated with the various programs in Mapua University and Marinduque, namely the School of Civil Environmental Engineering and Geological Engineering, the Industrial Engineering, the School of Allied Medicine, and their School of Agriculture, because we are talking about contaminations and health in this aspect. So next, please. The focus of this study is in Marinduque. This is actually currently in progress. So Marinduque is in Mimaropa in Region 4B. And Marinduque is an island province composed of 6 municipalities. And Marinduque has been listed as the top 10 most vulnerable island province in the Philippines. So Marinduque is actually beautiful, and the primary means of living in the province is agriculture. Next, please. This island experienced an environmental disaster in 1993 and in 1996. Both disasters were considered as the worst mining disasters in the world. That was in 1993, December 6, 1993, and on March 24 of 1996, during that time, damaging 3 municipalities, the Santa Cruz, the Buwak, and the Mugpug. And there was a study by Dr. David of UP ENG'G in 1998, right after, 2 years after the spill in 1996. And they recorded higher or elevated concentrations of several heavy metals in the rivers and along coast of Santa Cruz, Buac, and Mugpog, and the contamination stretched 2 kilometers up and 2 kilometers down of Buac. So in early this year, we conducted an in situ examination, investigation using the XRF, the X-ray fluorescence, and we recorded higher concentrations of metals, especially manganese and copper. The concentration of manganese in 2019 is 158 times higher than the concentration of manganese in 1998, the study of Dr. David. And the concentration of copper in early 2019 is 5 times higher than the concentration of copper that was detected by Dr. David in 1998. So we mapped out the concentration, and if you can see here, the darker colors represent the areas where there are higher concentrations of heavy metals. So knowing that the people are exposed in these contaminations and the exposure pathways of these contaminations that adversely affect the health of the people are actually in 3 ways: the oral, by inhalation, and through dermal. So what we did, next slide please. We looked at, through the Philippine Statistics Office, Philippine Statistics Authority, we looked at their produce. And it says that Marinduque is producing and consuming high in ampalaya, the bitter melon. They are producing and consuming high in rice, as well as corn and eggplant. There are also other vegetables such as string beans, the balatong as you call in Ilonggo. Next, please. So we determine the concentration of heavy metals in these vegetables, and we would like to determine the health risk index in these vegetables to determine how safe or unsafe the health of the people in the area. Next, please. So we collected samples all throughout the 6 municipalities in the province, all throughout, and we researched for the reference oral dose for the metals, and then we calculated the daily intake of the metals by the human, and we also calculated the risk, the health risk index. Next, please. Apart from detecting in situ the concentrations of those heavy metals on soils and sediments, we also conducted a laboratory analysis using the ICP-OES, and we calculated those DIM and the HRIs, and any number of HRI greater than 1 means unsafe. Okay? So, next please. The results. The letters here, M stands for Mugpog, the 6 municipalities of Marinduque. M stands for Mugpog, B stands for Buac, BV stands for Buena Vista, G stands for Gasan, T stands for Torrijos, and S stands for Santa Cruz. The numbers, though as you can see, plenty of those numbers are higher than 1, meaning unsafe. Numbers that are bounded by blue colors means that the toxicity has not been well defined yet. The numbers that are being enclosed by the red means that there are toxicity that have been well defined. So meaning those numbers that are in red are really very high in comes to alarm. No? So string beans, sweet potato, as you can see, high concentration, the HRIs goes beyond 1. So I mark those, the cadmium that are very high, HRIs, and then manganese, look at that, nickel, lead, and copper. Next slide, please. Also with the ampalaya, the bitter melon, and the eggplant, cadmium in bitter melon and eggplant are really very high in HRIs all throughout the municipalities. And the next slide, please. The conclusion, cadmium, manganese, lead, copper are really very high in those vegetables, and with those target organs such as kidney, liver, intestine. Kidney cancer is one of the end stage, and neurological disorder. So this is the reason why the USTPCHRD also requested us to submit a proposal for the next project based on these results. And I think this is my last slide. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any question? Question from the audience? Oh, yan. Chemical engineers.
First, congratulations to my Kasimanwa.
Thanks.
Your results are very alarming, most especially because of those
Yes, it is.
heavy metals. Do you have some validation as to cases of people who suffered from kidney trouble, ano ba yun? And also other diseases due to the presence of these heavy metals?
According validation, we are conducting validation in terms of the environmental quality, but in terms of the human adverse effect in health, the USTPCHRD has requested us to submit, and I just submitted that next proposal. I think that was on Sunday. And to conduct really a more deeper when it comes to the health, because we're trying to develop an early warning system to help medical doctors in the province detect early stage of various diseases. Especially, they mentioned that they are experiencing increased mental disorder. So we're having that kind of proposal right now.
Follow-up, considering the presence of these heavy metals in vegetables, ano ba ang ginawa ng LGUs? May banning ba of eating these vegetables?
This project is in progress, and we just had a forum with the medical doctors and their health services on October 4. And then I just received, I think last week, I received as an input to the summary of referendum action, from the DOST, and that is coming from the USEC of the Department of Health, and requesting me to have a meeting with the DOH, HEMS, the Health Emergency Management Services Department of DOH, and my meeting with them is scheduled on November 4. So, USEC Biliberdis mentioned on that note to me that they wanted us to do that kind of research at the national level.
Okay na, ma'am. So, please continue with that research, ma'am. Kasi
Yes, yes.
napaka-importante sa kalusugan ng tao.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next presenter will be presenting to us the output of his research on evaluation of compressed earth blocks stabilized using alkali activated binder from St. Louis University. Let's welcome Engineer Emerson Gapus.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I will be presenting the project together with the BS graduates from the school. It is entitled "The Evaluation of Compressed Earth Blocks Stabilized Using Alkali Activated Binder." Next slide, please. Now, the drive of this project is to address two problems, or to find problems regarding poor rural households. So the first one is poor rural households. So why did we choose this problem? That is because they are the ones who are very vulnerable to hazards and risk. Simply because of, number one, in terms of income. They have limited asset base to fall back when shock strikes because they have very low money to build another house for themselves. The second is they have limited capacity and tools to manage risk because these rural areas are very far from the CBD, for example. And lastly is the weaker institutional and service networks. So the linkages such as roads are not that well established. So the materials for standard housings is very difficult to deliver from to their respective houses. Next, please. So the second problem is on industrial waste. Now, the project of our president is in the build, build, build. So the demand of the cement is very high. Now with this, the waste is also, the waste produced is also having its high production. So we want to reduce this at the same time so that we can come up with another alternative material for housing. So which is the next slide. The concept on how can we improve low-cost housing materials and reduce waste at the same time. So with that, we come up with the compressed earth blocks material. Next slide. It is because we're here to advocate eco-friendly alternatives by waste utilization and then recycling. And with that, we have a project in our school which is specialized in materials. We have an areas of research. It is called Enviro-Safe and Resilient Technologies for Housing. It is based on researching alternative materials for low-cost housing. So, next. Why compressed earth blocks? Mainly because with numerous advantages, and it is validated historically. So we have building materials in the past, which is actually meron pa hanggang ngayon. So compressed earth blocks are blocks made up of soil that is pressed using hydraulic press machine. And why did we choose compressed earth blocks is because of these advantages. Next slide. It is cost efficient, so it is mainly made up of soil. It has low embodied energy in terms of carbon footprint. So ang ginagawa lang dyan is the machine. And it is also fireproof. It is environmentally sustainable, good thermal regulator, insect and mold proof, sound resistant, and non-toxic. Now, on the other hand, we have these disadvantages, which is number one, compared to concrete, it has low technical performance, so low compressive strength. It is also vulnerable to water. And in terms of labor it is intensive. Lack of soil, say for example in coastal areas, it lacks provisions on building code and problems on overstabilization and understabilization. So with that, we highlighted these disadvantages so that we can improve this material, building material. Next. So the objective of the study is to determine the optimum proportion for CEB mixture for this particular area in La Union. The second is to evaluate the effect of geopolymer and OPC in the compressive strength, absorption rate, and erosion rate of compressed earth blocks. So these are the properties that we want to address in this study. Next. So we choose this location. It is located in La Union, that is in Camp 1. And with this, you can see the building materials, okay, that is used to build the houses of the people in that area. So with the help of the Rotary Club of Baguio, we want to improve this area so that we can help them in terms of when hazard occurs. Next. So this is the methodology for the production of the blocks. We followed the manual of production by Vincent Rigasi. So we have to extract or excavate the soil. We prepare it by drying and screening, mixing, and then we go to compression, curing, and then stocking. And after that, we evaluate it in terms of the test. So this is the material preparation. So from the excavation to screening. Next. The proportioning, that is by weight. And for the geopolymer, we mix the fly ash first and then the dry soil. And then the activator, which is NaOH, was placed on the sprinkler, and then we put it in the mix. Then simulate wet mixing. Next. Then for the formation of the blocks, we place the well-mixed soil in the equipment and then press it, then we have the block. Next. So to simulate the wet curing, we just cover it because we cannot cure it using the conventional method. Madidegrade yung blocks. Next. So the results and discussions, so the results were just limited to this test that we conducted. For the property identification, we have the ASTMs for the characterization of the soil, the strength evaluation of the compressive strength of masonry units, and then water absorption and erosion. Next. So this is the classification of the soil. Then next. These are now the results of the compressive strength test. C0% pertains to the pure soil, so there are no stabilizer. The increments of the content of the cement is in terms of 5%, 10%, and then 15%. So we have the average on the left side of the presentation. And next, this is the results for the geopolymer. So we have the 0%, no stabilizer, and then the increments increases in terms of 5%, 10%, and then 15%. And next. So with that, we compared the strength requirement presented by Philippine National Standards on concrete masonry. So the baseline value is 2.5 megapascal. So we have C10%, and on the other hand, the geopolymer, we have there the values. The next, sample testing and results. Next. For the water absorption test, we conducted a 24-hour test and submerged the blocks, and then we have the result. Next. Same goes for the geopolymer. Next. So in this case, for the water absorption, the control sample with no stabilizer, naging powder siya when introduced with water. And then when increasing the cement content, you can see there the result. So medyo buo yung nasa may 15%. Next. For the geopolymer, as yung 0% naging powder din. Siyempre yung 5%, 10%, and 15%. Next. So the erosion depth, that is to simulate the effect of rain in the sample. So the limit is maximum 1 millimeter per minute. Next. So this is the case for the spray test result. Next. That is for the geopolymer. Next. Now to come up with the more optimized proportion for the CEB, we conducted simple regression analysis. So with that, we have the equation here, the theoretical equation for the strength requirement for the CEB. Next. That is for the geopolymer also. Then next. This is the conclusion. So based from the result, compressive strength of CEB with 0% of cement and geopolymer showed values that is below 2.5 megapascal, or yun yung bagsak, as per requirement of Philippine national standards. For the water absorption test, we have C0%, G0%, 5% for the cement, and 5% for geopolymer showed values above 15% of absorbed water, which is okay. So time's up. So cater to questions.
Okay, thank you, Engineer Gapus. Any question from? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. So, one of your objectives is to produce a block for low-cost materials. How much does it cost for a single block?
We have another group to study the feasibility study of the CEBs, and they come up with a price of 11 pesos per block. Sorry.
So is it lower than the hollow blocks?
For the area, sir, yung bayad dun sa amin is about 16 pesos per block. So 11 pesos compared to 16 is a bit, medyo okay din.
My second question is, does all types of soil can be used as a...
Sir, the stabilizer is dependent on the characteristics of the soil. So we have to characterize it first before we implement the...
Yes, what's the composition of the soil? Is it, how many percent clay, sand, and silt?
I think nandun sa presentation, sir. Yan lang.
Thank you. Meron pa po? Okay, thank you, sir. Sir Gapo, sir, thank you. Our next presenter will be presenting his or her research on assessment of water hyacinth fiber as reinforcement for slope protection from the University of Mindanao. Engineer Michelle Daarol.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Michelle Daarol from University of Mindanao, and today I'm discussing my research entitled Assessment of Water Hyacinth Fiber as Reinforcement for Slope Protection. Next. Let me start by saying that soil erosion has become a prevalent problem not just in agriculture but also in civil engineering. As a matter of fact, we can really see the devastating effects of soil erosion, such as in embankments, cuts, slopes, and large deposits in rivers. So then, engineers have turned to different alternatives to curb this problem. So they use some polymeric synthetic fabrics, geosynthetics, that has special functions of separations, filtrations, drainage, reinforcement, and erosion control. Yet, let's face it that these type of alternatives could be very expensive. That's why they opted to natural method or natural fiber next. So, as what I'm saying, natural fibers became an option since these are biodegradable and excellent moisture retainer and soil enhancer. This is according to Arted Tang in his study in 2015. So, next. There were many studies that have utilized the use of these natural fibers. One study has utilized core that is effective in stabilizing erodible steep slope because core geotextile has high tensile strength due its high lignin content. Also, from the study of Dino and Saska in 2007, they had used the sugarcane bagasse fibers, which is also a local material that is suitable as protection from soil erosion. Next. And also, Bataray and others in 2011 investigated the effectiveness of three different types of biodegradable erosion control blankets: fine compost, mulch, 50-50 mixture of compost and mulch, under field and laboratory scale experiment. Next. So then, these aforementioned studies triggered us to use another type of natural fiber which could potentially be effective in soil erosion. So, in our place, in Davao City, there are a lot of creeks in which this water hyacinth has been growing. So, this has become very problematic for the community since this has been a home for aquatic pests, and this is very dangerous because some mosquitoes also live there. So then, since these fiber are soft and yet strong, because this has been made like shoes, bags, and slippers, so we thought of using this somehow as a net to protect the soil. Next. Okay, so hence this study is aimed to evaluate the effectiveness of water hyacinth as a net, if this could be effective in terms of sediment concentration and sediment yield. Next. So how did we able to do this experiment? So as I was saying previously, there were many water hyacinth growing in creeks. So we cut that out, cleaned it with fresh water, and then dried it for several hours so that we could get just the stalk of that water hyacinth. Next. Okay, next. So using scissors and knife, the roots and leaves of the water hyacinth were removed and discarded. Next. Next. Okay, so the technique in which we used for weaving the net was the same or similar to hand weaving the nets. Next. Okay, so essentially we obtained the tensile strength of the net if this could be the same with the specifications stipulated in ASTM D3379-75. Next. So this is our schematic diagram of the net. As you can see, these were the dimensions is in accordance with ASTM, and this is the actual design of the water hyacinth fiber net. Next. Okay, so we actually prepared 3 test busts. We actually compare the bare soil versus the soil which has a reinforcement. So the dimensions is 80 centimeter by 50 centimeter, and this was under a rainfall simulator for several hours, dropping by 120 millimeter per hour. Next. Next. Okay, so as you can see, comparing the results of bare soil versus the soil with water hyacinth net, you could really see the difference of the total runoff. So there's a huge value for bare soil, yet with protection, it was also lesser value of runoff. This could mean that the net might be absorbing the water from the soil. Next. And also, we put it into graph. So as you can notice, in every interval, there is a huge difference in terms of the sediment concentration of bare soil as compared with water hyacinth net. So, sediment concentration is derived from volume of water divided by the mass of the soil that is being extracted from the test setup. Next. Next. Also, we'd like to present the sediment yield. There's really a huge difference between the bare soil and the soil with water hyacinth net. So the sediment yield is being derived from volume of water divided by the surface area of the reinforcement. Next. Okay, so how were we able to say that it is indeed effective? So this equation is this is similar with the study conducted by Candelaria in 2011, in which it says that there is an effectiveness if the difference between the sediment of bare soil and with reinforcement has surpassed the 80% threshold value. And as you can see, it has indeed passed. So that's why we could say that this is very effective. Now, this is really a win-win scenario for us, since water hyacinth fibers are just waste materials. We do not really spend money from that. This is basically a waste. So, next. So then we conclude that the water hyacinth fiber is effective. It has, actually it has a strength of 416.7, way higher than the 115 Newton as per given by the DPWH coconut item 522. Next. And also, it's very effective since it has surpassed the threshold value of 80% effectiveness. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Michelle. Any question from the audience? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Engineer Oliveros from Nueva Ecija. So I just want to ask you, how long do it take to dry the water hyacinth? And what process do you prepare? The sun dry or air dry?
The sun-dried, sir. So basically, it took us almost 10 hours to dry it, sir.
So how do you know that it's okay for reinforcement? That is very, your strength, how do you know the strength of the water hyacinth?
If you're referring to the tensile strength, sir, we basically put it under the UTM. So it has, actually as the tensile strength is 416.7 Newton per twine. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm Engineer Jesus Anayas from the University of San Agustin. At what slope did you test your...
Okay, sir. 45 degrees, sir. So we basically paralleled our study with the study that has used the core. But the slope there is also 45 degrees, so we also had the same study, 45 degrees.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Michelle. Okay, for the last presenter, to talk about assessment of climate change, impact on stream flow in data scars, or Basin, Philippines. From Central Philippine University, Engineer Christian Joy S. Jaspe.
Thank you, sir. So good afternoon, everyone.
Krista.
It's Engineer Chrisam Joy Haspe, sir. Okay, so I will be presenting my paper written together with Professor Mukand S. Babel from Asian Institute of Technology entitled Assessment of Climate Change Impacts on Stream Flow in Data Scarce Halaor Basin, Philippines. Next slide, please. So here's the outline of the presentation. We'll start with the background and rationale, followed by the objectives, the methodology focusing on the development of the hydrological model, and finally the results on future climate change, water balance components, stream flow, and finally the conclusion. Next slide, please. So because of the geographical location of the country and the weather patterns that we are experiencing, we have been consistently placed as a top country that is vulnerable to climate change. So the most recent study was released by HSBC, ranking as third when it comes to economic risk and losses. So what is the implication of this? So since we are a highly agricultural country, obviously our agricultural sector will be highly affected. Our natural resources, in this case the water resource, will be affected, eventually affecting the lives of our community. Next slide, please. So what we are trying to do is, we are trying to predict what will be the effect of climate change to stream flow and water balance components in the Halaor River Basin. So you might ask, why Halaor River Basin? So out of 421 watersheds, 16 have been identified by the River Basin Commission as critical, and Halaor River Basin is one of those critical watersheds when it comes to climate change. So in order for us to predict what will be the future effects, we will become like Nostradamus here and try to predict what will be the estimated future climate change conditions or climate conditions in the river basin. Next would be predicting the impacts on water balance components such as evapotranspiration, rainfall, surface flow, ground flow, and the overall water yield of the Halaor River Basin. And finally, the changes in the volumetric flow rate and stream flow regimes of the basin itself. Next slide, please. So here's the study area, the Halaor River Basin. It is 1,650 square kilometers and has 6 gauging stations or flow stations measured in different parts of the basin. So we have an average annual rainfall of 2,063 millimeters, which is quite a lot in comparison to other countries receiving rainfall. So when I presented this data to other countries such as Nepal, Malaysia, Cambodia, they were shocked that this much rainfall we are receiving in the country, but then we still have problems in water scarcity. Next slide, please. So these are just the characteristic of the watershed or the Halaor River Basin when it comes to elevation, land use, land cover, and soil classification. The importance of this data will be presented in the next slide when we are going to develop the hydrological model. Next slide, please. So, please proceed. So, the methodology revolves on the development of a hydrological model we call the soil water assessment tool. This soil water assessment tool was developed by USDA in order to predict what will be the effect of land use change to the agricultural industry. So eventually, this soil water assessment tool was absorbed by other organizations such as the Food and Agriculture Organization, the World Health Organization, because of its effectivity to model changes in land use and helping formulate mitigation and management strategies for farmers so that they can better plan their cropping pattern. So eventually, this SWOT tool has developed and was further improved so that it can predict future climate scenario. But the downside is this type of modeling tool is data intensive, as you can see. So we need to have GIS data of the following. We need to have land use data, soil data, slope data, digital elevation models, and your base map data together with your meteorological data. And once all this data is inputted in SWOT, we are going to calibrate and validate using hydrological data, like your flow data or sedimentation data, whatever you have. In my case, I have flow data from 3 stations of the Halao River Basin. And after we have calibrated and validated this data, we now have the baseline scenario. So the baseline scenario is what is currently happening and what is currently the situation in this basin. Now that we have the baseline data, we will force climate models into this modeling tool so that it can predict the future. So it's like I have a future climate change projection for this certain basin and force it into the baseline model. And what will I get? I will get future climate change conditions and I will get stream flow variations in the future. Next slide, please. So if you are curious about what is inside the soil water assessment tool, this is the methods and processes that are default in the tool. So you might ask, what are the equations, etc. There are different equations for evapotranspiration, for computing routing, for computations of, let's say, runoff. So you can choose which one you want and which equation applies to what output you want to get from the model. Next slide, please. So in my case, these are the types of data that I have inputted: DEM file, land use map, soil map, and slope map. DEM file, land use map, and slope map I was able to get here locally from different government agencies. However, the challenge came in when we were trying to find data for soil map because, again, SWOT was developed by the US. So their soil data is based on the database in the US. So what we did is that we used the Food and Agriculture Organization harmonized world soil data, which is paralleled with SWOT, which we can use. So this HWSD data has soil data for the whole world, so for the entirety. Next slide, please. So this is just the locations of different global data in the hydrological model setup. Next slide, please. Next, please. So here we calibrated in 3 flow stations for SWOT in Calinog, Pasig, and Pototan for our calibration and validation. Next slide. So here are the future climate data and the RCPs, or the future scenarios that we modeled in this hydrological model. Next slide, please. And here is the stream flow variability indicators that we used to see what changes in stream flow will occur in the basin. Next slide, please. So as you can see, for future climate, we have an increase of 0.46 to 2.05 degrees and 1.16 to 2.08 degrees Celsius for maximum and minimum temperature. Next slide. And this is the annual trend for the next 100 years of future climate data. Next slide, please. So here is the results in water balance components there will be a decrease of 15 to 60 millimeters of rainfall, increase in evapotranspiration by 1 to 7 millimeters. Next slide. An increase in 30 to 40, a decrease in 30 to 45 millimeter in surface runoff, 5 to 18 millimeters in groundwater flow, and decrease by 5 to 50 millimeters in water yield. Next slide, please. And finally, the results of the stream flow, as you can see, the volume of the river volume or the river flow rate will be decreased, and there will be highly variable flows in the river. So since time is up, I am ready for your questions.
Okay, any question for Ma'am Joy?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
So, how many seasons did you observe?
I observed 2 seasons, sir, dry and wet season. Can you please show the last slide?
Yeah. Then my next question is, how many gauging stations did you observe within the watershed?
There is no gauging station in the watershed, meteorological gauging station, but there are 3 flow stations in the watershed. So what we did with the meteorological station not present inside the watershed is we gathered global data such as Aphrodite, we had data from NOAA, and we had data from another one, CFSR. And this data we correlated to the meteorological data outside the basin. So we developed a factor inside the basin and check we developed a factor correlating this global data to the meteorological data outside the basin, and tested statistically which of these 3 globally available data will best represent the climate scenario inside the basin. So I think I have it on one slide. Can you please move to, I think, slide number 13? 13 or 12? Sorry, slide 11, please. Next slide. Next slide. Right, sorry. It skipped 10 and then 12. Still 12. 13. 11, please. Siya ga-appear. So actually, what slide 11 can show you, I have it here in my phone, a correlation between these 3 global data, and because we don't have a meteorological data inside the basin, we chose Aphrodite because Aphrodite is closely related to the meteorological data. So we did it per grid, since Aphrodite is 25 degrees, 0.25 by 25 or 25 kilometers by 25 kilometers. So we had 4 or 5 grids within the basin, and then each grid we compared the grid where the meteorological data or the gauging station belongs. There we created a correlation, and if it has a good relationship with that meteorological data, basing on R-square mean and standard deviation and RMSE, then we chose that global data. So the global data we chose is Aphrodite and CFC Unified, developed by NASA.
Yes. Thank you. With my last question, on your groundwater, on your water balance, so you considered on your data you presented a decrease in the
Groundwater?
groundwater flow.
Yes.
So in the estimation of the groundwater flow, did you consider the outside the watershed?
Since the SWOT model delineated the basin area based on it. So the SWOT model can actually delineate based on all the river basins and all river connections within the basin. So if it delineates only along these borders, then it will only consider along those borders. But beyond that, since the delineation is automatic, so it will only consider what is inside the delineation.
Okay. Wala na pong tanong? So, palakpakan natin si Ma'am Joy. Thank you so much. Before we end, I would like to announce that your papers may be submitted to Philippine Journal of Engineering and Education and Technology for possible publication. Kuha lang kayo ng kopya rito, forms. Okay. So that ends our presentation for this afternoon. Thank you very much for listening.